don't have. Good morning, folks. Good morning, everybody. Time for me to call to order the March MTA Board Meeting. General Counsel Graves, do we have a quorum for the record?
Good morning. Yes, Chairman Lieber, we have a quorum.
Thanks, Paige. Before we hear from public speakers, the usual brief safety announcement, please.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Mr. Randall, may we hear from public speakers?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the MTA's board meeting public comment session. Today, we will hear from the public speakers both remotely and in person. As a reminder, we ask that all speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Due to overwhelming public interest in today and signups, we will be having an overflow room at the conclusion of the public comment session. If you are a part of the overflow room, please note that your recorded comments will be distributed to the MTA board and will be posted to our board meeting webpage and YouTube channel. So our first speaker will be Kathleen Collins, followed by Senator Andrew Gunardis on Zoom.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak to you here today. My name is Kathleen Collins, and I'm with Disabled in Action, Downstate New York ADAPT, and also the Greater New York Council of the Blind. I'm speaking to you here today about 3 issues. First of all, I'm so happy to hear today that you, the utmost concern to the MTA is safety. However, I'd like to play a little game of password with you, and that is for New Yorkers with disabilities who have to travel in New York City, the password is uncertainty. Now, when you say, why uncertainty? Well, when we try to use the elevators, we don't know, will this elevator work today or won't it? Will I get notice that the elevator's out before I get to another level of the elevators? Will I get notice when I'm on a train that the elevator is out and I should go to another station? Therefore, uncertainty. With Accessoride, safety again. Will I get a seatbelt today? Under the Vehicle and Traffic Law of New York State, all passengers in vehicles are supposed to have seatbelts and shoulder belts. However, when I use Accessoride, there is uncertainty. Will I get a seatbelt or shoulder belt today? In fact, today, I did not get a seatbelt or shoulder belt. And this goes on and on. The third thing is English, speaking English. How can I even say, I said to the gentleman today, I need a seatbelt and a shoulder belt, and he just looked at me. I don't know if he even understands what I say. Every other worker for the MTA has to know proficiency in English, the plumber, the painter. I've looked at all those job opportunities, and you always have to be able to speak English. Why not these people too? Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. The next speaker will be Senator Andrew Gunardis, followed by Assemblyman Jeffrey Dinowitz over Zoom.
There we go. Thank you. It was not letting me unmute myself. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here with you again. Coming to you from Albany. Just wanted to add in a quick minute update on our work up here to make sure that we address the MTA's fiscal challenges related from COVID. There is enormous recognition up here in Albany about the huge role that the MTA plays, not just in New York City, but across the entire downstate region, and how this is the lifeblood of the entire city and the entire state. And we are not going to let the MTA fall backwards because of the pandemic. We're going to do everything we can to not only meet what the governor's rescue plan is, but hopefully to exceed it. I know that there are many folks in this city who depend on this service. We want to see you guys be able to provide us even more service. And we know that to do that, it's going to take funding to do that. And so we're looking at every option on the table. We are talking to every single member of the legislature, upstate, downstate, everywhere in between, and making sure that we make the case for just how important it is to fully fund public transit. I know that our chairman says this all the time. I say it too. We can no longer rely on fare revenue alone to fund public transit. We don't pay for sanitation services that way, police services, fire services. Public transit should be no different. And that's the work that we're starting to do up here in Albany. Hopefully the next time you all convene, we'll have finished the budget. It'll be timely, and we'll be able to be rest assured that we have a public transit. So thank you very much, everyone, and thanks for letting me join you for a few minutes.
Thank you for your remarks, Senator. Next, we have Assemblymember Jeffrey Dinowitz over Zoom, followed by Tashia Lerebors in person.
Good morning, everybody. I, too, am calling from beautiful downtown Albany. We are hoping to finish the budget any time now. And I just want to say that we recognize some of the major strides that were made in recent years. You spent billions of dollars giving people on Long Island East Side access, billions of dollars on the 2nd Avenue subway in Manhattan. And I'm hoping the day will come when you will give West Side access to people in Bronx and Westchester on the Hudson line as well as improving service in the Bronx for bus service and continuing to make sure every station is accessible. This year, as the state senator just said, we are working diligently. We recognize the important need to fully fund the MTA to make sure it gets done what it needs to get done to provide our constituents with the public transit that it deserves. And that includes many ideas that are on the table. The governor has put her ideas on the table, so have the state Senate, and so have the Assembly. And I believe that we will come together over the next few days to fund the MTA in a way it needs to be done. And I think every idea that has been put out there in the by the governor or in the Assembly and Senate budget resolutions, other than maybe giving $500 million by the city of New York, should be on the table. And I'm confident that over the next couple of days, we are going to do what we have to do for our constituents. And I know as a resident of the northern part of the Bronx, we depend heavily on our bus service in particular. So I look forward to finishing the budget in the next couple of days and then working on making sure all of our goals are met. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Assembly Member. The next speaker will be Tashia Larebors, followed by Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers over Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabors. I'm a community organizer for Center for Independence and Disabled, New York. I'm also an accessorized user, although I was recently denied because apparently, even though I have an invisible disability, apparently I'm not disabled enough. Came here to talk about elevators. As someone with epilepsy, with an invisible disability, it is extremely difficult when you reach a stop and you can't use the elevator because you have a seizure and you cannot take the stairs down. I have had situations like that. I have had situations where I was fortunate enough to have an elevator to take me downstairs. There are over 400 train stops. And yes, while I'm glad that an agreement was made to improve on elevators, for the current elevators that are working, that is a situation that needs to be resolved. They need to be repaired. It should not have to shouldn't have to require a lawsuit or a press conference outside in order for our voices to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. We will go to Councilmember Keith Powers, followed by Assemblymember Bobby Carroll.
Thank you. Nice to see everyone here today. My name is Councilmember Keith Powers, Majority Leader of the City Council, and I represent the 4th Council District, representing Midtown and the East Side of Manhattan. Before I get into what I'm here to say, I just want to echo what others have said today about funding for the MTA and could not agree more about the need to make sure this budget includes funding for the MTA. I know we're talking a little bit about subway accessibility today, and I wanted to jump in to echo the concerns of folks that are here testifying today and make aware of some ideas to enhance service. My office actually recently released a study on elevator and escalator performance. This actually was inspired by constituent complaints in my district about out-of-service elevators that were closed for weeks on end. We expanded our review to look at the entire system, not just my district, and noticed that there were issues that deserved a much more comprehensive look related to assistive equipment, escalators and elevators, namely, and looking particularly at the third-party operators. I probably don't have enough time to do the whole testimony, but basically we looked at the entire month of January, focused on escalators and elevators throughout the entire system, logged an average of, and what we noticed was we logged an average of 33 outages per day, regardless of how temporary or how routine the maintenance was. We also found, as other reports have said in the past, third-party operated elevators and escalators are amongst the poorest performers, but we want to give kudos to the MTA crews for restoring their outages much more quickly on average. And then we also noted that even outages were planned, they not always were listed on the MTA website in advance. So we made a number of recommendations, including stronger action on third-party maintenance, listing all known future outages on your website, and designing quicker methods for people to report problems. We're sending over the whole report for folks to take a look at, but wanted to just highlight a couple of things here today.
Thank you for your remarks, Council Member. Next, we will go to Assembly. Our next speaker will be Assembly Member Bobby Carroll, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Assemblymember Robert Carroll, zooming in from Albany. I want to make very clear that the Assembly and Senate and Governor fully understand that the MTA needs a dedicated revenue stream for its operating budget to make sure that we are able to maintain service in our bus and subway network, as well as our commuter railroads. Further, not only do I support dedicated funding, I support the governor's proposal to have a modest increase for the payroll mobility tax for New York's largest corporations. This is the most sane and rational approach to funding the MTA, and I hope that it passes over the next week. I do also hope, though, that this board makes sure that we do not raise the fare. We need to hold the fare at $2.75 for the next 2 years as we try to encourage riders back into the system. I have been heartened as I take the subway regularly that I more often stand and even squeeze into subway cars over the last number of months. But we still have a problem with getting more and more people back on our subways and out of cars and cabs. By holding the fare, we will further encourage folks to use our mass transit system. A mass transit system that is used is safer and will undeniably get more funding from Albany and City Hall to make sure that our service stays consistent, because consistent service is necessary to keep riders. Please hold the fare. Albany will make sure that you get that dedicated funding. Continue service. 6-minute service is important, and I'm excited about the Assembly's proposal to have a free bus pilot program throughout New York City, which I think deserves extra special attention from the MTA board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assembly Member, for your comments. Next, our next speaker will be Iris Kelly, followed by Councilmember Lincoln Ressler over Zoom.
Iris Kelly. I also want to say that we need more elevators done sooner than later, because many people who need them like people who are elderly, children, or wheelchair, or any type of people even traveling people who need to get around, because you can't always rely on climbing stairs. It's not easy for people who have a problem with knees, everything, you name it. And we want to make it easy for people to get in the subways, get to work, go to places where they need to be, and be able to have good travels for everybody. Even for yourselves, it'd be a lot easier to have a lot of elevators around to make it easy for people to get around. And please get it done as soon as you can. Please. Begin.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Councilmember Lincoln Ressler over Zoom, followed by Mr. X.
I want to thank the distinguished members of the MTA board and underscore that this is a absolutely pivotal moment for the future of mass transit in New York City. And we are fortunate that Governor Hochul has stepped in, taken ownership and responsibility for the MTA, and is attempting to ensure that we have the resources that we need. But every partner in our system needs to step up right now and deepen our investment in the MTA so that we can maintain our service, expand our service, and keep fares affordable. I applaud the governor for her thoughtful proposals. I do believe that a payroll mobility tax is a reasonable approach. I think that the state legislature has put forward other good ideas for how we can generate revenue in progressive fashion to sustain the lifeblood of our city. And I believe the city of New York can and should do more to support the MTA. The goal, the vision, the North Star of 6-minute service must remain our our goal for what type of service New Yorkers can depend on to get to and from work, to get to enjoy the 5 boroughs of New York City and beyond. But the chair of the MTA and the head of New York City Transit have made clear with a modest additional investment, $150, $175 million, we can get close to 6-minute service this year in real time. And so I really hope that this board will continue to work to do everything we can to raise the revenue that we need from our partners in the legislature and from the city of New York. And I'll be certainly pushing at the city council to do just that while maintaining our current fares. We cannot afford a fare increase at this time of high inflation. Thank you so much and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, council member. For your comments, our next speaker will be Mr. X, followed by Eli, Luna, Hugo, and Rosa.
To Kathy Rinaldi at Jamaica Station, you need to keep the long array of bathrooms open. Over the years, they were constantly inactive, forcing me to go upstairs to the air train, Kennedy Airport, or should I say the fake A train, which is really annoying. That's not how you should run a public transportation system. And to Jana Lieber, since you succeeded your predecessor approximately 2 years ago, you missed at least 4 public hearings, 3 were held here. Okay, I didn't appreciate what you did, and appreciate you no-showing on 2/8/22. As far as this year goes, I didn't appreciate you no-showing on 2/1. I definitely didn't appreciate you no-showing on 2/7. We saw a janitor downstairs before the public hearing started. I had to wait up here for 15 minutes because the MTA hearing officer who could pass for Aunt Esther from Sanford and Son was late but wasn't pregnant, which I didn't appreciate. Okay, I didn't appreciate what you did 2 weeks ago today. You held that public hearing near a subway station that has no downtown-uptown transfer. It's served by local trains on, therefore it's served by less ridership and isn't wheelchair accessible. You should have held it near 125th Street. Okay, and also in connection to that public hearing, I didn't appreciate your male employee making that long speech, and when I testified, I stated he almost put me to sleep. I'm not against him making a presentation. I'm against him putting me to sleep with his poisonous mouth. Okay, if you hold a public hearing, you should attend it. And if you and your employees make a presentation, you need to shorten your speeches. This is where you're not cutting to our time. This is where you're not putting us to sleep. You want to put me to sleep so bad? Tell me a bedtime story, a good bedtime story, not your life story. You understand what I'm saying?
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speakers will be Eli, Luna, Hugo, and Rosa, followed by Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine over Zoom.
We are 4th and 5th graders from the Earth School. My name is Rosa Tamam Gutfredson, and my grandma and grandpa are old. They can't really walk up a lot of stairs. If they take the train to my house, they can't get up the stairs, and there's no elevator. Please put more elevators. Thank you.
My name is Luna. A lot of people, including my dad, have back and hip pain that prevents them from using the stairs unless they have to.
My name is Eli, and my baby brother has to be in a stroller and can't walk upstairs. If there's no elevator or it's broken, we have to carry him up the stairs in his stroller.
My name is Hugo. There are many disabled people who can't use the stairs. If you couldn't use the stairs, how would you feel? Wouldn't you want change? Taking the train costs money. Why are people paying to take the subway if it can't even help you when you can't use the stairs? Can you please provide elevators? Why aren't you willing to spend money to make the trains accessible for everyone?
We also want to know how come you put those screens that play commercials, but you can't have a functional elevator? We demand that MTA do this when elevators are broken down.
Make announcements about broken elevators so people know before they get on and get off. have staff available to help stranded passengers, provide alternate transportations when elevators are broken. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Next, we will be joined by Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine, followed by Tiffany Ann Taylor.
My goodness, Eli, Rosa, and Luna, that was phenomenal testimony. Can we give them another big round of applause? Because I really enjoyed that. And I agree with you. I want to start by acknowledging that while we have much more work to do on transit in Manhattan and New York City, we are making progress. You see it in the ridership numbers, which are ticking up slowly but steadily. And I hear it from Manhattanites every day who tell me that, again, while we have much, much more work to do, they are feeling that the rider experience is improving. But this is precarious. Your financial situation is precarious. And it would just be devastating if you filled your budget hole by cutting service, by laying off MTA workers, by ramming through a massive increase in fares. Riders would start leaving again. We would lose these gains, and that's not acceptable. I'm imploring the state to find a way to close these budget gaps without taking those devastating moves, that you find especially a recurring way to fund the MTA in a sustainable way going forward that doesn't do it on the backs of riders, and that allows you to do long-term planning. The state needs to step up and do that in this budget. I want to very briefly in my time remaining also point out that we have a crisis above ground. We have a crisis on our streets where traffic in Midtown and downtown is at a level of danger, a dangerously high level of congestion, where often the traffic's moving at slower than walking speed, where we're slowing down FDNY response and ambulance response. We're slowing down buses and paratransit. And we need to implement congestion pricing to address that and to get the money for the capital work the system needs, as Eli, Rosa, and Luna said, to add more elevators and to keep them in a state of good repair, and to upgrade our trains and our stations more broadly. For those reasons, we need to implement congestion pricing in a fair way that's fair to people with disabilities, that's fair to low-income people who live within the zone. We can do those things. There's more questions to address in the details, but doing nothing and leaving the status quo is not acceptable. I've overstepped my time. Thank you so much for this chance to testify.
Thank you, Borough President, for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Tiffany Ann Taylor, followed by William Loretti.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Ann Taylor, and I'm the Vice President for Transportation at the Regional Plan Association. For decades, we have strongly supported responsible, dedicated funding for public transportation. Across the country, public transportation systems are suffering from the impact of low ridership due to the pandemic. The MTA is no different. The MTA needs dedicated, predictable funds. RPA is pleased that both the governor and state legislature have proposed solutions to plugging the operation budget deficit in this year's budget, and we support elements of both proposals. With the greatest sense of urgency, we call on state leaders to ensure funding is in the final budget proposal. Otherwise, transit riders could face drastic service cuts and increases in fares. RPA supports the proposal to increase the payroll mobility tax. We believe it is a fair way to pay for transit operations and appreciate that the funding is dedicated to the MTA. The current PMT applies to businesses in New York City and 7 surrounding counties, all of which benefit from services provided by the MTA. In total, fewer than 6% of the region's businesses are subject to this tax, and even fewer are affected by the governor's proposal. The bulk of businesses who would pay are in New York City, which benefits the most from public transit. To be clear, over 94% of businesses are not touched by the PMT, and only 4.6% of the region's businesses are affected by the proposal. The MTA systems provide critical mobility for the region and also gives us access to cultural, educational, medical, housing, and other opportunities, which helps to attract superior and diverse labor force to the region. Continued underfunding of the system is not an option. Local travel patterns have changed, more employers have embraced the benefits of hybrid work, yet levels of congestion still persist. In order for there to be continued mobility of people and goods in the region, we need to think creatively about solving funding gaps today instead of pushing the problem down the line and hoping for a different outcome tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be William Loretti, followed by Felicia Park Rogers over Zoom.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the MTA Board. My name is William Loretti, and I am a student at the Clinton School. And I am here today to help fight NYC's disturbing subway surfing issue. I am here to pose certain safety suggestions that could dial back subway surfing greatly. On February 20th, 2023, my friend and peer Zachary Navazio died while traveling on the J train in between cars after unclipping the safety chain, which is meant to be there to keep people safe. He put his foot on the place where the chain is supposed to be with the purpose of looking over the train. Oh, sorry. Where am I? I am not here to blame the MTA for Zach's death, but I am here rather to ensure that no kids die in the way Zach did again. The trains that the MTA runs are giant mechanical death machines, and if necessary safety precautions are not taken, the line between life and death can be very fine traveling on the public subway system. For the majority, the trains are safe, but in my thinking over Zach's death, I have come up with a safety measure that, if put in place, could very easily end the rampant subway surfing trend. As you all probably know, subway surfing is a trend that has seen a resurgence in the last few years, and I know an ex-surfer myself. And talking to this individual, they have told me the main way of getting on top of the train like Zach had done is to unclip the safety chain. I think that the MTA should invest in new unclippable safety chains on the 4, 5, 7, J, A, and L lines, which are the most common and easiest surf trains, due to being able to unclip the chains on these lines. I understand that the MTA is facing budgeting issues after post-COVID, but these chains create liability and more potential lawsuits for the MTA that could cause you more money rather than taking action to help stop subway surfing with all these safety measures. We can end this surfing problem with a very simple solution, adding locks to these chains that with anyone with arms can take off to use to climb on top. The old NQRW trains use the same safety chains as the 4, 5, J, and A, but use a mechanism that make it impossible to clip the safety chain. I do not know your relationship with your train manufacturers, but I asked the MTA to reach out to the manufacturer of the NQRW trains and add those safety locks into all trains I've listed. Real quick, I just want to show a video on how easy it is to get up on these things. Should I show it? I don't know. Sorry. As you can see, it's very easy. All you do is you just unclip that thing and you put your foot on it and then you're on top of the train. That's how easy it is. Anyone with arms can do it. Please help change it.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Felicia Park Rogers over Zoom, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Can you hear me? Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Felicia Park Rogers, Director of Regional Infrastructure Projects for Tri-State Transportation Campaign. TSTC has been working to improve the environment and equity of the region for 30 years by advocating for improved transit and transportation. The MTA fiscal crisis is real. All of the major transit agencies across the country are facing the same issue. COVID relief has ended, fare box revenue has not come back to 2019 levels. That creates a budget gap that is dire and measurable. We need to promote and support transit as the best way to get from point A to point B. That means more frequency, more reliability, no fare hikes, greater accessibility. Now is not the time to kneecap our transit with draconian cuts. The problem today is not lack of riders. There are millions of riders riding every day that rely on the MTA to get to work, healthcare, school, family, and leisure activities, which they literally could not access without public transit. The problem is revenue. The problem is that we expect transit to act as a fee-for-service business. It is not that. Transit is a public utility. Transit is a social requirement like sanitation and fire and should be budgeted for accordingly. New York City and the MTA region require a safe and healthy transit system to maintain stability. Therefore, the state of New York requires a functioning MTA to remain prosperous and stable. It is the role of the state of New York to step in and step up to keep the MTA whole with stable, dedicated revenue, not just during the immediate crisis, but for the ongoing future. TSTC supports the proposed new tax revenue streams as long as they provide dedicated, stable, operational monies directly appropriated to the MTA and adjusted annually for inflation. Every conceivable option must be considered, including the future of potential casino fee revenue funds and one-time expenditure of $300 million to fund the MTA from the state budget. But it is not enough. Enough funds to avoid a fare hike must be appropriated. Essential workers and transit-dependent riders simply cannot afford a hike at this time. We call for additional funds to increase frequency of service. Frequency is the best way to bring riders to the system and to keep them, as well as to address safety concerns. This is not a test. The urgency to keep our transit system viable and functioning is real. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Lisa Daglian will be our next speaker, followed by Betsy Plum.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. We're getting closer to a budget, one we hope will fully fund the MTA and recognize it as the essential service it is. The pandemic highlighted the unsustainability of fare box dependency. The MTA has been more dependent on fares than almost any other transit system in the country. It's time to change that. And we appreciate that the Governor, Majority Leader, and Speaker are committed to devising a new funding model that ensures riders won't be faced with unaffordable fare hikes and unacceptable service cuts. We appreciate the numerous alternative funding proposals on the table. It shows our elected officials understand the looming catastrophe if riders are left stranded and transit is left to fail. We also appreciate Jano going to Albany yesterday and at other times to fight on our behalf. Last week, PCAC members sent a letter to key electeds advocating for adoption of several targeted funding proposals to be placed in a lockbox as part of a comprehensive and forward-looking solution to the MTA's fiscal challenges. No one-shots, no long shots, just sure things. The letter is available at our website at pcac.org. Proposals include $300 million in annual baseline funding adjusted for inflation, increasing the PMT per the governor's proposal, abolishing the MSG tax exemption and allocating future property tax revenue to the MTA, allowing the city to implement a residential parking permit program, broadening ABLE and making it permanent, city funding student metro cards, expanding city ticket to include Far Rockaway and including other expansion, amending gaming legislation and allocating funding to the MTA, taxes on digital streaming services, and introducing a fee on delivery transactions. We also support strengthening aggravated assault provisions for transit workers, a pressing necessity in light of last week's horrific attack on the LARR. Investing in our transit system, its riders, and workforce is imperative for the sustained economic recovery of the region and the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Betsy Plum will be our next speaker, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Plum. I'm Executive Director of the Riders Alliance. We are New York's grassroots organization of bus and subway riders. Few understand the importance of public transit more than the people sitting in this room right now, as well as the existential challenges faced by the MTA without significant new sources of revenue. As the state budget deadline looms, it is non-negotiable that the governor and our legislative leaders in Albany invest in a positive vision for public transit, stable, recurring, dedicated funding to resolve the fiscal cliff, and a targeted investment in improving service. Riders Alliance and our members have spent months fighting to ensure funding for our subways and buses is not just maintained, but that it is also expanded to deliver more off-peak service, to invest in frequency. We know that for people who are riding public transit every day, reducing punishingly long wait times is key to improving their commutes, and it can be done this year. A state budget that delivers more service is one that helps the MTA back on its feet by rebuilding ridership. That is why maintaining peak and increasing off-peak service was a central recommendation and preference of the mayor and the governor's new New York panel. A state budget that delivers more service, cuts waits, speeds trips, attracts riders. It is an essential complement to other policies to improve safety. And a state budget that delivers more service makes transit more competitive with driving. As congestion pricing rolls out, frequency is a carrot for drivers and a crucial part of cutting emissions. We have 3 days left to see a budget delivered that works for riders, for everyone in this room, for millions of our neighbors. A budget that doesn't just continue the status quo, but that demands a bolder and more viable future. Transit must do more and be better now than ever before, and that means the state budget must do more for subway and bus riders. We cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Charlton D'Souza will be our next speaker, followed by Maurice Wells.
Good morning, everyone. Charlton D'Souza from Passengers United.
So what's very important is we need everyone who's listening on the YouTube live stream. We need you to call your elected officials now and tell them to support A as in Apple 4122. That is the Assembly Bill, and S as in Sam 4024 in Albany. So what is that? That's the Fix the MTA bill that we went up to Albany a few weeks ago. We visited over 45 offices supporting that because we do need free buses, we need 6-minute service, and we need more equity in our community. That is so important. But what we also need is corporate sponsorships of subway stations. I've spoken to elected officials. I called them yesterday. And I know me and the chairman had a conversation about this, but I still feel that every subway station in New York should be corporate sponsorship. So what would that mean? That would mean that a company like Macy's could adopt 34th Street Herald Square. They would pay for the cleaning. They would pay for the, minor improvements around the station. And in return, they would give the MTA a few $1 million. $5 billion or more could be raised through corporate sponsorships, guys. Think about that. Look at SEPTA in Philadelphia. They were able to raise $5 million for a station. $5 million for a station in the middle of a forest. And they actually built the station. So I think this can be done in New York City. I urge all of you to call your elected officials and tell them to support the corporate sponsorships of subway stations in New York City. In addition to everything else, we support all those funding criterias for the MTA and funding packets, but why not have this extra money coming in so you can completely rebuild all the subway stations and get it going? And I'm so proud of all the young people who are here today. Very proud of you. Give yourself a round of applause, guys.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Maurice Wells, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, Chairman Lever, board members. My name is Maurice Wells. I'm a retired MTA New York City transit employee. I wish to speak about the relocation of the 165th Street bus terminal in Jamaica. This is a terrible plan and a recipe for disaster. As a former resident of Southeast Queens, I know that the 165th Street bus terminal has been an important part of the downtown Jamaica area for over 50 years. This bus terminal should have been declared a landmark. There have been cries over the years for this bus terminal to be renovated. Moving the bus terminal to 168th Street will cause nothing but traffic. There is no place to lay up buses that are not in service. The streets around the parking lot, 168th and 90th Avenue, are narrow. Moving the bus terminal to 168th Street will also interfere with the 103rd Precinct to respond to emergency situations. Unfortunately, there is no other available space in downtown Jamaica. The Jamaica Center bus terminal is full, and the former Green Bus Line terminal on Archer Avenue near Guy Brewer Boulevard is being used for new development. The 165th Street bus terminal should remain in its current location and be renovated. Renovate the 165th Street bus terminal. Do not relocate it.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Christopher D. Greif, followed by Danny Pearlstein.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. First, I want to thank our NYPD and MTA police as we deal with an issue when we had the R211 train running. The cameras work. The cameras save lives. And I want to thank them because, as people say, you see something, say something. Also, I definitely agree with everyone who was behind me who spoke about elevators, even the young children. It's showing that advocacy is working, but we still need to continue advocating for more larger size elevators and ramps, because no ramps don't break down, but there are ways of making sure that we can get on and off the train safely. And we need to continue doing this, not just on the subways, but the railroads as well. We know that Jamaica Port Authority owns those elevators, and they need to really mandate fixing those elevators once and for all and making sure that our Long Island care staff are getting our customers down onto a railroad safely and on time. It is not easy. I was stuck on an elevator, and they held the train to make sure we got down there safely. And I do thank Long Island Railroad very much and Metro North. But again, We have to continue advocacy, and I'm glad to see some elected officials work on the Zoom, but reminding all officials that we need to work on all types of disabilities in our MTA system, from Long Island Railroad, Metro North, the Bridgeton Tunnels, and Capitol, and the buses. And I am so glad to see the bus stroller is continuing on other routes, because baby stroller thing needs to be helped with every child, every early intervention children. They need to get on the bus safely. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be, Our next speaker will be Danny Pearlstein.
Good morning. My name is Danny Pearlstein. I'm the Policy and Communications Director for the Riders Alliance. We fight for better transit, not just for its own sake, but to win a more just and equitable New York. And we're here today to ask for transit equity from our governor and our legislative leaders in Albany as the budget cycle concludes. We seek $300 million for more frequent buses and subway service. And that's because the existing service plan, let's be frank, is highly inequitable. It delivers much better service to wealthier neighborhoods and to people who can primarily work from home. Meanwhile, it disadvantages people who commute from the affordable edges of the city and who must commute to work in person, offering multiple transfers and, racking up 12, 15, 20-minute waits each time they change buses or trains. Off-peak service workers are the backbone of our city, as the New York City Comptroller's Office emphasized in its report. Round the clock is the new rush hour. The enormous growth in jobs is outside of Manhattan, and the growth in commuting is outside of the peak period. And that's why the New York panel said to maintain the peak, but to expand the off-peak. And that's exactly what we've asked Albany to do. It's not just the equitable. It's not just the service plan itself, right? It's the overall budget, right? Our budgets are our values. And, there's a major new service on Long Island, as everybody here is aware of, that costs an additional $300 million each year to move roughly 1/24th the number of riders that city subways and buses move every day. So 24 times as many bus and subway riders need more frequent public transit service for the same money here in the city. And it's not just equity, right? It's also the climate. As the state's Climate Action Council pointed out, we need improved public transit to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Right now, we have long waits, leaving us in sweltering heat, in dangerous rainfall conditions sometimes. And we need to move people out of cars so we actually not just adapt to climate change, but we mitigate it as well. So we double down on the existing infrastructure we have, our wonderful bones, to save New York from devastating climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Sally Wolf over Zoom, followed by Jean Ryan.
Hello again. I'm Sally Wolf, and despite clicking that I would join in person, I'm home in Flatiron. So thank you all for adjusting and accommodating me on Zoom. I'm once again here to share my idea for selectively masking specific cars or ideas of specific areas of cars on trains. And in my experience as both a corporate executive and also a psychology expert, there are three reasons we resist new ideas. One, we believe it's too costly, but that's not the case here, as this can be accomplished by simple paper signs. Two, we believe the consumer demand is far too low, but there is demand here. And it's not only from immunocompromised people like me. Friends who are healthy tell me the only place they still mask is mass transit. And even though a sizable minority are masking, we're spread out across entire trains, and it makes no sense for those of us who prefer to be a mask company and would ride more if we had that promise. So there's a business case here that makes sense. More revenue because people who are scared to ride would ride more, and low cost. The ROI is there, which brings me to number three. We believe the idea. We don't test something because we believe it feels similar to something that has tried in the past and failed and didn't work. And those were the mandates. And I understand those don't work. I'm not asking for those. I'm empathetic to all of your conductors who heard from people who are irate. But I know that if we have select areas, I know because I've tested it, like as one person, it works. But I have the ability to speak up. I'm 100 pounds, I'm white, I'm cis female, I have privilege. Not everyone can do that, and it's mentally exhausting to have to. So please, please test this. No one loses. Everyone can still be in a safe space for themselves. It's win-win, including for the MTA. Thank you so much. I hope to be back in April to say thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jean Ryan, followed by Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers over Zoom.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan from Disabled in Action, DIA for short. Elevators are for everyone, and nothing like the Clark Street elevator fiasco proves it. People are up in arms about the frequent breakdowns and entrapments at Clark Street. The other sad thing is the people who cannot do stairs at all, wheelchair users or anybody else, cannot go to the train at Clark Street because the elevator does not cover the whole vertical route between street and train. Fix it. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Next will be Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers, followed by Bruce Hain.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Sylvina Brooks Powers, Majority Whip in the New York City Council and Chair of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. This week, alongside 33 of my colleagues, we were able to have a majority of the City Council send a letter to Governor Hochul, Speaker Heastie, and Majority Leader Stuart Cousins in support of the automated bus lane enforcement, or ABLE program. ABLE helps improve speed, performance, and safety on buses that millions of New Yorkers rely on each day. About 3 out of every 4 bus riders are New Yorkers of color, many of them immigrants in outer-borough neighborhoods deprived of nearby subway access. Further, all our buses are designed to be ADA accessible, whereas just 27% of subway stations are accessible. New Yorkers, especially those from underserved communities, need reliable bus service to get where they need to go. In our letter, we express support for the governor's proposal to make the ABLE program permanent and to give MTA and New York City Department of Transportation the power to launch a 5-year demonstration program authorizing enforcement of additional traffic violations that impede bus operations. We support accepting this proposal in the fiscal year 24 enacted budget as well. Additionally, I support the state fully funding the operation of the MTA in fiscal 24 enacted budget to ensure the short and long-term success of our transit system. We note, as always, the crucial importance of prioritizing equity in the continued rollout of ABLE, and the council and the city will monitor the impacts of this program on underserved communities and work with the MTA to make adjustments that meet the needs of our neighborhoods. We thank the MTA for their collaboration with city agencies like the DOT and Department of Finance to administer this program. I look forward to continuing to work with the MTA on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Bruce Hain, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. The Queens Link has now become a force to be reckoned with, but if the MTA had much understanding of their own property, they would know that the Long Island Railroad can fulfill that mission and much, much more, such as a proper air train from Manhattan, with vastly greater capacity and speed as well, and ease. It's an awkward thing. Now the preservation of the bridges and right-of-way for 6 tracks west of Rockaway Beach Branch is more crucial than ever. It is essential in order to allow high-volume pass-through at Jamaica so that the cross-platform transfers and good scheduling can be restored. But the Jamaica capacity improvement blackballs all that. It is the biggest doozy since East Side Access, and it boxes it in permanently with a stupid bridge. A full flyover is needed there in place of that bridge, and the offending entering track can easily be moved. It's a short-term project. Move over for a fraction of the cost. It works perfectly lined up with Station Track 3, and that was foreseen. But at 63rd Drive, someone has cut into the north embankment of of the main line with sheet piles. It's about 300 feet of sheet piles along there. And there's no record of that anywhere that I've been able to find. Then chopped it off. They chopped off the embankment to make extra room for some kind of easement or something that's been granted, or did you sell the property, or what did you do? Now it's not only the Rockaway Beach branch, you're vandalizing the main line. And I want a fulsome explanation of that. Can you do that, please?
Please conclude your
I'm
remarks.
going to write in. Can you please get me a fulsome explanation of that?
Thank you, and conclude your remarks. Have a nice day. Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Jolise Race.
Good morning, Jano, and the rest of the board. And good morning, Neil. Good morning to the rest of the board. My third week into returning to school. After I left school last night, I faced a delay going home. As soon as I boarded a 34th Street Hudson Yards bound 7 train, I heard the conductor saying, "This train is being held due to a passenger being injured at Vernon Boulevard, Jackson Avenue." I said, "Great, now I'm gonna be delayed getting home." I was held in that station for, guess what, folks, of various lines, 10 minutes. And then when I got to Queensboro Plaza, the conductor said this train is going to be terminating at Hunters Point Avenue. Luckily, I wasn't directly affected, but others were. Let's do some fact checking, shall we? The elevators at Jamaica Station on the Long Island Railroad, guess what? They're not owned by the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. They're owned by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. But guess what, folks? Yours truly, along with Christopher Grive, have been speaking in the Port Authority meetings for the past few months. And we have got work done with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. But Governor Murphy in the Garden State is against congestion pricing. Let's get that right. I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you for your remarks. And our final speaker before we go into the overflow session will be Jolise Race.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jolise Race. I am a senior organizer at Riders Alliance, the grassroots organization that fights for better public transportation in New York City. We know that MTA is facing a huge budget gap, and we commend the ambitious funding that the governor, the state assembly, and the state senate has each put into their budget proposals to help close it. It's imperative that riders don't see any service cuts to their already arduous commutes, but this alone is not enough. Riders not only need to see funding to maintain the MTA, we also need funding to improve the service that we depend on every day. Public transit riders, myself included, are too often waiting too long to board the trains and buses to get us to where we need to be. On Monday, I waited 20 minutes for an R train on my way to Sunset Park. This is not acceptable service, and it's not the service that New Yorkers deserve. I talk to riders every day who have arrived late to work, late to pick their children up from school, late to church, all because of unreliable service. We can and must do better, and the state budget offers an opportunity to deliver a new vision for transit. Public transportation is the lifeblood of this city, and the state budget needs to reflect that. The time is now, and riders can't wait any longer. A budget is a moral document, and the governor has the chance now to show riders that she cares. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Chairman Lieber, we have reached the allotted time for public comment this session. At this time, we ask the remaining registered speakers to stand by as we transition to a separate live recording session. If you are a remote public speaker participating on Zoom, please stand by and wait for further instructions from the moderator. And public speakers in the room, please join us in conference room 4, and thank you for your cooperation today.
Thank you. And thank you to our public speakers. You know, our monthly board meetings, the public comment session is frequently about things that the MTA needs to improve on, and we take what we hear very seriously. But today we also heard the things that make our transit advocacy community part of the MTA family, which is the passion for making sure that we can provide service at current levels or even at better levels, and that we do need the support from Albany. So I just want to express, on behalf of the board, our thanks to the advocacy organizations and the MTA and the elected officials and everybody who spoke today, who just made it clear how important a moment it is, both for the things that the MTA is already doing reasonably well and the ways that we have to get better, that we do need Albany to step up. So we heard a lot today about this issue of elevators. And I am, it's an issue that we definitely know that we have to continue to focus on. The elevators that the MTA operates, and it's not good enough, but they are 96 to 98% operational based on the tracking that takes place. But there's no question that we especially have to focus on the elevators that are operated by these third-party real estate entities. What has happened over the years is that as part of zoning agreements that the city makes through its own land use process, they, with good intentions, get a real estate developer to put in an elevator or even a full station like we got at the Barclays Center. But then the operation, the compliance of that station with our needs in terms of elevator and escalator operability is overseen by the buildings department. And it's a sore point with me personally that the real estate owners are getting benefits out of that investment as part of a deal with the city, but that they are, in many cases, and our stats about elevator availability and operability bear it out, in many cases, they're shortchanging the public by failing to keep those elevators in operation as much as they should be. I use the Atlantic Terminal Station a great deal in Brooklyn. And when I go in and out of the Barclays Center entrance, a brand new entrance, it's less than 10 years old, I am concerned that that escalator and elevator package is out of service way too frequently. And frankly, the station entrance is not well maintained. And I was there, you'll see in one of the photos in my presentation, I was there with the mayor, and I called in the transit folks from the other end of the station to clean it up because it was kind of a mess. So this is an area where I have asked the staff to look both legally and otherwise about whether the MTA could take over the city's the city's role in administering and enforcing those agreements. Because, I respect the buildings department, but they have a lot of work to do to make sure that all the buildings in New York City are safe. We're the MTA. We will be highly motivated to make sure that those operators do better on elevator and escalator maintenance if we have the ability to do enforcement. So I'm just letting people know we haven't come to a conclusion of if we could do it or how we could do it, but Councilmember Powers did that study that he talked about in his testimony, and it bore out that the lowest performing escalators are many of these privately installed elevators and escalators, and we want to do something about it. So stand by on that score. Listen, in a little while, we're going to have a presentation on other important topics, including the broader issue of how we create a first-class station environment in terms of cleanliness and maintenance. Rich Davey and his team at Transit have been doing a lot about that. And we're also going to hear about our work on track trespass and on this issue of safety on the trains with respect to people riding outside of trains, as we heard from one of our public speakers today. But apropos of what a lot of people talked about today, I need to take this moment to emphasize and acknowledge how significant this moment is for the MTA. Negotiations in Albany are well underway, and it is not an exaggeration to say this is an existential moment. This is an existential moment for public transit in New York. and more important for our riders whose lives in so many ways depend on public transit. I went to Albany yesterday to talk to as many legislators as I could to emphasize the seriousness of this moment and the fact that although they have a ton of issues before them in this budget, and I respect that, it is essential that they move quickly to a budget deal that will fully address the MTA deficits brought on by COVID and to head off service cuts, massive fare hikes, and God forbid layoffs and other undesirable impacts. For some time, I've been making the case that COVID demonstrated that public transit is essential service like police, fire, and sanitation, and it ought to be funded more like those essential services with less reliance in our structure on the fare box. I keep telling everybody that, as you know. We've also asked the state to make sure that the funding solution, whatever it is that they end up with, is based on recurring revenues and does not require annual appropriations. This is not government speak. The reason this matters is that we have to plan. When people talk from the podium about increasing service and wanting more frequency, whatever we get, we have to plan for the long run because we need to make sure we have the staffing and the operation in place. We have to do picks with our union employees. We need to know the money's going to be there. So I don't want to be going back to Albany year after year to have to shake the cup again and have another drama about how much money is going to give to MTA. The revenue ought to be recurring, and it needs to be, and respectfully to decision makers in Albany, don't sunset these new revenues. If you agree on them, make them permanent so we don't have to run up to Albany in a couple of years and have this drama all over again. Now, in February, thank you for that. Now, in February, Governor Hochul tabled a proposal that responds directly to some of the principles that I've been talking about and the appeals that we made. It draws from a variety of sources to cover the deficit, but the largest by far is this payroll mobility tax, which, as a Cranes article, which featured an RPA study in the last day or two made clear, only affects the largest 5% of businesses. Only the very largest businesses are impacted. Respectfully, some people have been talking about this like it would affect a mom and pop corner store. That's not the case. And what's different about this particular proposal is of all the things that Albany talks about where they might apply an additional tax, how often do the people who are going to be taxed 80% of the dollars say, yeah, it's a good idea, go ahead and tax me? That's what the New York City Partnership did when they responded to the governor's PMT proposal, payroll mobility tax proposal, on the large businesses and said that is the best way to guarantee the MTA. Because those big businesses understand that they want 5-day-a-week service, frequent service, as our friends in the advocacy community highlighted, frequent service, even if their employees are only coming in 2 or 3 days a week. So they know that they're willing to pay a small extra amount of money to make sure that the service is there every day. And I just highlight that for decision makers and folks in the legislature, that this is the rare occasion where a business tax is supported by the businesses who will be taxed. Good news is that both of the houses of the legislature have responded to the governor's proposal with their own proposals, and they are all saying that they want to deal with the MTA deficit fully. But there are, a few things that I hope that everybody will keep in mind as they, undertake this obligation, which is a huge, huge issue for New York. Among the messages I want to send to Albany is, please do not gamble with our economy by doing anything that would threaten our ability to maintain or even expand transit service. The MTA is playing a huge role in New York's economic revival. In the past 3 years, the region has regained nearly all of the jobs lost during COVID. All of ridership seems to trend closely parallel to job growth. On Thursday, March 16th, the subway set a new record, 3.95 million paid rides, which beat our last high in December. The same day, we also saw a new Omni record, over 2 million taps system-wide. In fact, the whole month of March is trending to be the largest month yet. With 3 business days left in March, we're on track to hit 150 million trips, almost 10 million more than our previous high in October. That's the projection you see on the right of this slide. I'm not claiming that I know the exact causal relationship between job growth and ridership, but I'm confident that transit customer satisfaction is playing an important role in the region's economic recovery. The subways hit a new monthly record last month, with 65% of our respondents saying they were satisfied or very satisfied with service. That's a 13-point bump since June of 22, in less than a year. In less than a year. And I'm a lifelong New Yorker. How often do 65% of New Yorkers say they're satisfied with anything, right? Overall satisfaction with buses shot up 5 points since December to 69%, and Access-a-Ride is even higher at 77%. Customer satisfaction with service, the North Star in the Rich Davey constellation. Satisfaction would be placed at risk if Albany fails to fully address MTA deficits with solutions that provide certain funding. A huge factor in these positive trends has been the turnaround in subway safety led by Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams. As you heard from the NYPD at the Transit Committee, the first 2 months of 2023 were the second safest on record since the NYPD started keeping records of transit crime in the early 90s. And it was exceeded only for a brief time at the height of the COVID pandemic, when there were very, very few riders. That improvement to safety has been reflected in a stunning upsurge in rider perception that the subway system is, and these are the words that are being used in the survey, safe or very safe. Barely 40% of our customers said they felt safe or very safe in November. And in a couple of months, in February, it was 63%. What a turnaround in what a short time. Ridership and customer satisfaction are also growing because subway service has been, in a word, fantastic. Fantastic. We're always going to keep trying to move forward and positively, but 2 straight months, north of 85% on-time performance. February OTP was 2 percentage points higher than in 2019 before the pandemic. OTP in March is shaping up to be higher than last year's average again. We are headed to what we think will be the best quarter for the subways, maybe ever. And don't overlook other MTA operation performance. 96% of bus service was delivered on time in February. I'm never going to stop talking about how we have to do better on buses, but those numbers are improvements. Metro North, Kathy Rinaldi, Justin Vanashek, the people who run the system, Metro North, are quietly hitting high 90% on-time performance month after month after month. Paratransit, again, making huge improvements. Last month, 98% of Access-a-Ride, primary carrier service, and 96% of broker service was on time. And remember, because we've made improvements, we're actually in the process of shrinking the time that we use to measure on-time performance in paratransit, because we know that people are entitled to a shorter window to be measured. What qualifies as success ought to be a shorter window. So we're in the process of changing that. Congratulations to Rich and to Chris Pangilinan, who runs the paratransit system. Even the LIR, after a bumpy start to the new timetables, is measuring up. The railroad is back to OTP in the 93 to 95% range, not quite as high as their 2022 average, but definitely a big step up from the first week of the Grand Central Madison service, where it's no secret we struggled as that transition unfolded. But from day one, we knew there would be a learning curve. with the new schedules and that we would have to adjust. And that's exactly what Kathy Rinaldi and the Long Island Railroad team have done, lengthening trains, diverting some trains from Grand Central Madison to Penn, increasing the number of Brooklyn-bound shuttles, close to cutting the wait time for the Brooklyn shuttle in half. And it's working. There's a lot less crowding, just 5 trains over 90% capacity last week compared to 20 in the first week. And lest we forget, many, many fewer than there were pre-COVID. We are all getting back to our expectation of how do we deal with sharing public space. And our Long Island Railroad system is part of that. And as I said, the Atlantic Shuttle headways are down to 7 minutes instead of 12, and there is always a Brooklyn shuttle sitting on the platform with doors open, so nobody has to wait, whatever the weather, outdoors. Long Island ridership is surging since the schedule change, which expanded the number of trains from 600 and, what was it, Kathy, 650 to 945. The railroad has only had, before the schedule change, the railroad only had 2 days over 200,000 riders. Since then, we've had 8 days over 200,000 riders. Now, while we're pleased with the progress we've made so far since that first week, it does not in any way suggest that our work is done. We have to continue to look at the schedules, make further adjustments, but I do want to acknowledge Kathy and Rob Free and the entire Long Island Railroad team for stepping up to make things better after a difficult first week. Another thing the legislators ought to keep in mind as they consider the fate of our transit system in Albany. Our ambitious $55 billion capital program is actually working. It's getting implemented. We're making good on the mission to modernize the system and to expand mass transit's reach to more New Yorkers than ever before. In 2022, C&D finished between $6 and $7 billion worth of work. They've awarded $11 billion in new contracts now that we're ramping up after being basically on hold during COVID. And, you know, we're all focused on the cost of capital work for all the right reasons. The capital work that was awarded in 2022 was 6% below estimate. $350 million saved versus the estimates in those procurement processes. That is a positive sign. We're using design build. We're using other innovative procurement models like A+B contracts. We're bundling projects together so we take advantage of every single goddamn outage to get the most work we can done. And the approach is paying dividends when it comes to the capital plan's ADA investments. I was thrilled to see young people who are passionate about the fact that we have to have a more accessible system. That has been something where the MTA has dramatically stepped up its game. We have a long way to go, but our program includes 67 ADA projects total, 34 of which are in construction right now. That's as many new ADA stations as the previous 3 capital programs, put together. And the latest package of 13 stations, including 8 awarded through the MTA's first public-private partnership, is going to stretch our dollars and hopefully incentivize quality construction. Indeed, our capital projects are now being procured, as I said, well below estimate and finished within budget. L-Train, $100 million under budget. Third Track, on time, $100 million under budget. The Times Square Shuttle, on time and on budget. We can't forget about Penn Station. That's the shot on the right. There's a lot of conversation going on now. I don't know if people who are talking about Penn Station, do it this way, that way, let's buy out Madison Square Garden, and, you know, I am agnostic on what needs to happen with Madison Square Garden. I want to fix Penn now. And you know what? We're actually got it started. While everybody was arguing for years about what to do about Penn Station, look at what we at the MTA did, because the city who owned the street above us was very cooperative. We took the Long Island Railroad Concourse and made it unrecognizable. People come out of the Long Island Railroad off of the platforms, and they look around and they think they're lost because it's so unrecognizable. It is twice as wide. The ceilings are much higher. It has new finishes. There is a stunning new entrance to 7th Avenue where people used to stand on 7th Avenue and look around and say, where's Penn Station? The biggest transportation facility in North America, and you couldn't find it standing right in front of it. It's miles ahead of the rest of the station that everybody is still talking about. And you know that the governor has made this a priority and will continue to make it a priority, but I don't want us to miss the progress that's been made. And I hope that Mr. Bringeman's and the riders who he speaks for are at least recognizing that there has been significant change. I appreciate, Jerry, that you also acknowledge the way that our police force, Chief Mueller, thank you. Our police force has managed to make Penn Station feel like a much more hospitable place than it used to. Listen, all these good things are happening because at the MTA today, we tackle the big issues, not only the fiscal cliff, congestion pricing, subway safety, ADA accessibility, but pushing back on fare and toll evasion. Thank you, Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority and our MTA PD for what you're doing to bear down on folks who owe us $50, $60, $100,000 in tolls and think it's a big joke until, like happened last week, their cars get impounded. But thank you for doing that and making our enforcement of toll evasion better. We got to do more about, we settled the ADA litigation. I respect the folks who have spoken so forcefully from the podium today, but it took years for the MTA to get serious about getting into a collaboration with the disability community about building ADA elevators, and we did it. This board did it. So and Paige has to make an announcement every month that as a formality because the litigation, that's part of closing up that litigation. We're wiring the entire MTA subway system, something that people thought would never happen because we used a creative partnership with Transit Wireless, who are the folks who got Wi-Fi and cell service into our stations. Now we're going to have the whole system so people can continue their work or their domestic arguments as they move through the MTA tunnels. But among the issues that we're attacking, in my view, nothing is more important than making our bus system work much better and run much faster. It starts with our borough-by-borough redesign of the bus network, something previous MTA leadership teams weren't able or willing to undertake. And it includes creating the new bus lanes and busways that are kept clear with automatic bus lane enforcement. You heard from the chairman of the City Council Transportation Committee about their support for that. Last week, Transit President Davey, along with Frank Anacaro, who runs the buses, and other folks at Transit, held an event calling on Albany to include legislation in the final budget that would make our ABLE program, Automatic Bus Lane Enforcement Program, permanent and give MTA and New York City DOT the ability to enforce traffic violations so we can keep private cars out of our bus lanes. And it was one of the topics that in addition to the budget, that I pushed with every legislator I met with yesterday in Albany. As for the onboard bus experience, we're listening to parents and caregivers when it comes to strollers. You remember this was a hot topic from the podium and on Zoom with our speakers a few months ago. We heard them. We launched a pilot to allow unfolded strollers on certain lines. Thank you to Quamel Arroyo and Transit and everybody who came up with that pilot and has made it work. And now we're moving into phase 2, extending it to upwards of 1,000 buses on 57 routes in all 5 boroughs. And by the fall, we anticipate retrofitting all local and select buses operating out of 6 depots with designated stroller spaces. This is a big win for accessibility writ large. We brought together the accessibility advocacy community, the disability rights community, and folks who are concerned about strollers and the usefulness of bus system for families and they are working together, and we are getting it done. Another important initiative on the agenda today you're going to hear about is solutions to reduce track trespass and to keep customers from dangerously riding outside of the train. So Shanifa Riara, our Chief Customer Officer, and C&D President Jamie Torres-Springer are going to talk about those issues, also huge issues that need to be attacked. And our stations need to be welcoming. I mean, we justifiably focus on service, but the experience includes all kinds of aspects of the station. So today, Rich Davey and Demetrius Critchlow of Transit are going to discuss their efforts to improve the station environment, both the ongoing renovations. You could tell Rich is pretty good at the slogans, right? The renovations, the bathroom reopenings, the deep cleaning that's going on, and more. We're preparing to bring, I just got to say, we're preparing to bring station agents out of the booths. This is a huge moment for New Yorkers and for the sense of customer service experience in our system. They're going to be staying near the fare array for the time being, but they're also going to get trained, receive cell phones, and be making at least one round a day through the station. So they're going to be eyes and ears in the station in a way that you cannot be if you're just in a soundproof booth behind plexiglass, right? So that's a huge improvement. Together with the rollout of our customer service center, something I've been passionate about since I moved up to the 20th floor, I think there are a lot of good things coming underground. The customer service experience, and we need it as we move into Omni and help people with Metro cards and more people with reduced fares and more people with fair fares. Customer service has become a bigger and bigger part of our role. And I have to thank our partners at TW Local 100 who, with Rich and Demetrius, figured out how to bring the station agents out of the booths, get them trained, and to prepare them to optimize their customer service potential. So I want to thank the union for working with us. So to our legislative partners in Albany, I hope that this review, apologies for the length, but I need to underscore that despite our fiscal challenges, the MTA is getting stuff done. We are tackling an ambitious agenda to hopefully to make us a better organization to serve the public, and we're being more aggressive about change, and we're having some success. We're working like all get out to preserve and improve the system, but we can't keep doing it without the funding solutions that are on the table in Albany, and we're waiting with bated breath to see what is going to happen. Now, with that, let me turn it over to Jamie and Shanifa for their presentation, and then we'll hear from Rich Davey. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. On Monday, February 20th, 15-year-old Zachary Nazario subway surfed over the Williamsburg Bridge, hitting his head on a beam, and fell under the train, which eventually ran over him and killing him. This comes after a very similar incident that also claimed the life of another 15-year-old as the train pulled into Marcy Avenue on December 2nd. 6 months before that, another 15-year-old lost his arm, also subway surfing. These are tragic incidents. Tragic for the loss of these lives, tragic for the families, and frankly, tragic for our train crews involved. Subway surfing incidents are on the rise. MTA staff and NYPD apprehended nearly 1,000 people riding outside of train cars in 2022. And just in those few months of 2023, we've already had twice as many of these incidents as in the first 2 months of 2022. These concerning, escalating, and deadly trends has to stop. The first thing we're doing is working with social media companies to convince them not only to take down these videos and photos, but to use their algorithms to block these videos from even seeing the light of day. So first I want to thank the efforts of Chief Safety and Security Officer Pat Warren, who's convened those conversations, and they've been productive. And so far, hundreds of videos have been taken down. We're working with NYPD on deploying officers where surfing is most likely to occur on bridges and overpass. We are in conversations with Chancellor Banks about launching an extensive engagement effort in schools and reminding children how deadly this practice is. But subway surfing is just one way that people are getting hurt in our system. In early winter of 2021, we noticed an uptick of the number of people entering the tracks. Because of this, Chair Lieber directed Jamie Torres Springer to convene staff from across the MTA to launch a task force trespassing program. The purpose of the task force was to better understand why people were getting in the right of way and what we can do to prevent and better respond to these incidents. Thanks to the efforts of the task force, the alarming rise of trespassing incidents we saw last year were abated, with 30% fewer incidents this winter compared to last. Today, we'll talk about some of the actions we've taken and how we'll continue to tackle this issue moving forward. One of the task force early steps was to institute a more vigorous data collection process to allow us to understand the multifaceted reasons why people were getting on the tracks. Now, for the first time, we know most incidents begin with people voluntarily getting on the tracks, whether that's to pick up a dropped object, to cross to a different platform, to access an encampment in the tunnel, or without any apparent reason. In another 20% of cases, first responders attributed it to mental illness. Accidental falls and medical emergencies account for 15% or so, and suicide attempts make up a tragic proportion of these incidents as well. The data has helped us as we worked with both the governor and the mayor to develop the COPS, Cameras, and CARES programs. Police officers and social workers are in the system and are on the lookout for people that are in need of assistance and need resources. The cameras have helped too, spotting people who are behaving erratically and are potentially at risk of entering into the track beds. All of this has helped contribute to a renewed sense of safety and normalcy in the system, similar to the way that as crime in general has dropped, as riders has returned, and public safety officials have made their presence felt in the system. Another data point the Track Trespass Task Force collected early on was the location of track trespassing incidents. And what popped out was West 4th Street, a busy station, but certainly not the busiest. The second most number of trespassers occurred at this station. That allowed us to deploy more resources to this location and make progress quickly. Not leaving out the railroads, we've taken action to look at the issues that are happening there, which are happening in a different form. While there are tragic incidents of suicide, there are dozens of drivers and pedestrians every year who cross the track as a train is approaching and risk hurting themselves. Our safety team at both of the railroads run safety awareness events at stations, public schools, and other community facilities. We've already done over 100 alone so far in 2022, and we hope to do more, just informing people how dangerous it is to stay near the tracks. Our team, in partnership with operating agencies, have updated our customer comm messaging. We've refreshed the poster and now have one design, which we will use throughout the system. In the coming weeks, messages that will connect people with the crisis to the National Suicide Prevention Hotline will begin and will start going live. It was in development in consult with experts across the city and the state, including Dr. Marmar and NYU Langone, who you'll hear from shortly. We are grateful for their expertise to make this important communication as effective as possible. As a result of these operational and communication initiatives, we have made a difference to address track trespassing and end the surge that we saw last winter. And with that, I will turn it over to Jamie Torres Springer, who would discuss some of the long-term investments as we continue to tackle trespassing.
Thank you. As Shanifa said, even as we've seen some success in our immediate efforts that she described, which primarily about customer communications and enforcement, we're also working constantly to address this vital safety issue for the long term. And in the long term, that includes physical and technological interventions, improvements that we can make in our stations and in our system to help us manage this problem and other problems as well. There are some smaller interventions that we've been deploying and piloting that we think can make a real difference. The Long Island Railroad continues to lead the way on blue lighting, including at every new station that's been part of the third track project. Studies have found that blue lighting can reduce the incidence of suicide or attempts of suicide by providing a calming psychological effect. We'll hear from Dr. Marmar, who's been a great help to us on all of these issues. But what we learned, which is, and I'm sure he'll talk about this, what we learned, which was vital and new information for the task force, was that often these incidents of self-harm, they are not premeditated, they are impulsive acts. And so the experts have told us that means restriction, deterrence, calming effect, that can, even an incremental intervention where we can't necessarily stop, limit all of the means of someone attempting to harm themselves, we can make smaller interventions. Blue lighting in the stations is one of those potential interventions. Long Island Railroad has installed it at 26 stations. Metro North and New York City Transit will be piloting blue lighting at stations this year as well. Using in-house forces, we've installed a pilot barrier that you see in the center of this slide, in the center of an island platform, in order to provide an area for customers to stand safely away from the edge of the platform. We have to acknowledge, as part of this conversation, last month was the one-year anniversary of the tragic death of Michelle Go, who was shoved onto the tracks. Certainly this board and this entire organization were consumed by that tragedy and remain so. In the statistics that Shanifa showed, we have to acknowledge that those assault, the sources of track intrusion that relate to assault is a very small number of the total number of incidents, but clearly unacceptable even to have one, especially when it results in a tragedy like that. So we're looking at opportunities to make the platform safer, and this is one of them. This pilot, which has been installed at 57th Street on the F line, is an opportunity for customers to stand in a location and feel safe. We're evaluating how that works, whether there are other versions of this that can work more effectively, and New York City Transit will decide how we're going to deploy that in the future. We've also taken advantage of existing technology. Last year, we did a proof of concept showing that video analytics could be applied to our existing closed circuit TV cameras to help predict and alert us to erratic and dangerous behavior on the platforms. The proof of concept is done. We're now piloting that at more stations. There are obviously a lot of applications of this. One you can see in this image, AI can help us understand where there is crowding on a platform that may lead to, that is unexpected and may lead to a certain incident. So we're excited about the opportunities that technology provides. Speaking of promising technology, another example of promising technology is the use of front-facing cameras on our trains. Last year, in partnership with the Transit Tech Lab, we conducted a proof of concept to use sensors and cameras to help us see further ahead within the system than the naked eye can, especially in low light conditions. And you can see in this video a sample of that technology at work both within underground subway systems and also railroad systems. There are many applications of this in the track trespassing context, enabling us to avoid collisions. If there's an alert when someone is on the tracks, that can be a significant application. Also, we think it'll be useful for track maintenance and addressing tunnel conditions and the like. And so we're excited about the promise that this technology holds as we pilot it. In the longer term, some of what we're doing includes track intrusion detection systems that will be able to monitor and provide alerts when someone enters the track from a station platform. This has a great set of applications to really deter that voluntary track crossing that represents roughly 50% of those incidents. When we can have an alarm go off if someone is on the tracks. With rapid advances in sensors and artificial intelligence, we can install this technology but not have a series of false alarms or false positives that will slow down service in the system. And so the project is entering procurement this year to install these systems at 5 stations. Laser intrusion detection systems are used to secure sensitive tunnel entrances against unauthorized entry. This is a vital security measure within our system. Last year, we awarded an additional set of stations, and we're at work preparing on the next slate, and clearly this is critical for preventing track intruders from entering our tunnels. Finally, we will be piloting platform screen doors. We've mentioned before, and we did when we put out our report, there are significant constraints that would prevent a system-wide rollout of platform screen doors. This is not the solution for the New York City subway system, given its age and conditions. It includes narrow platforms that cannot accommodate barriers while retaining ADA access, which obviously we're all working towards on our platforms, and elevated platforms that can't support the added weight. There's also a problem of misaligned door configurations until we've completed our fleet standardization over the next decade that make a significant number of our stations infeasible for platform screen doors. And for the remainder, it will be very costly. But nonetheless, we are going to pilot this at multiple stations and are close to releasing the RFP. This spring, we will be releasing the RFP to pilot this technology at multiple stations. So that's some of what we're doing on the technology and the capital side. With that, let me introduce Dr. Charles Marmar, who has helped collaborate with us on these efforts. He's been a great partner to us. As he'll explain, is an expert on a number of fronts, including suicide prevention. Dr. Marmar is the chair of the NYU Department of Psychiatry and a professor at the NYU Grossman School of Medicine. You have a lot of credentials, Dr. Marmar, so I hope I got those right. You just press the button there. Yeah.
Yes, when it comes to credentials, I think we've replaced idol worship with CV worship in our culture. So less is more, please.
Indeed. Well, so let's get to the substance of your contribution. So Dr. Marmar, we've been working together since we created this track trespass task force. You've been giving us advice, looking at our materials, reviewing the plans that we have, and we brought you here today both because we want for you to give us a sense of whether that's been effective, what recommendations you've made, but also really to bring more light to this issue of suicide prevention and help all of us and our many stakeholders and observers understand what more we can do. So my first question for you, and then Shanifa will have one, is that we've appreciated the advice that you've given us, and I just want you to share your thoughts on what it takes to prevent suicide and self-harm in a system like the MTA's and what you make of the efforts that we're taking.
Well, Jamie, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for welcoming to this board meeting. I have devoted my professional life to the understanding of stress, coping, and risk in active duty military personnel, veterans, and police officers. I've had the privilege of working for several decades with the U.S. Army. Commissioner Ray Kelly of the NYPD invited me to consult for years on trying to reduce suicide risk and stress management in the NYPD. And it's a privilege for me in continuing my public service to be invited to participate with you in this MTA process. My perspective is first that you, Jamie, and your committee have been unusually open and collaborative with welcoming mental health advice in trying to deal with all of the problems you mentioned: suicide, the problem of homelessness and serious mental illness in the MTA system, drug addiction, and self-harm through other means, including surfing and so on. So it's been, from my experience, as someone who's worked with a lot of challenging agencies, law enforcement, the military. You've been unusually open and welcoming to me and to advice from our experts. Second, the various initiatives that you have described, and there are multiple initiatives, have been ones we have discussed together and have thought hard about their value to try to make them effective and cost effective, and at the same time humane. And I just want to say, by way of summary, the various initiatives you've mentioned, including decreasing track intrusion, monitoring with cameras, laser monitoring for track intrusion, having a visible and compassionate presence of law enforcement in the subway systems, the use where feasible of practical barriers as a method of means reduction, the increasing accessibility of the part of the city and the mayor's initiatives in collaboration with Health and Hospital Corporation to make mental health services and substance abuse care more readily available to unfortunately, are seriously mentally ill and patients who struggle with homelessness, who often find the subway as their home or as a place of risk. All of those are wonderful initiatives. I really like the idea of creating a more calming and more controlled environment in the subway system. That's all very important for safety. I want to just give a few, just very few statistics to this board. Because the world of suicide and suicide risk prevention is very complex. There's a huge amount of data gathered over decades, but let me share a few very important things. First, in 2012, there was a national commission which set as a target to reduce suicide in America by 20% over the next decade. Suicide since that time, from 2012 to 2022, has increased 30%, not decreased at all, number one. Number two, suicide is now the 10th leading cause of death overall for all Americans. It causes more death and tragedy than homicides. Third, suicide is now the second leading cause of death among children, adolescents, and young adults. So we have an enormous shared challenge to manage suicide. And suicide, in the context of the MTA, is one very important element in a larger awareness. So the second fact, which, Jamie, and I'm glad you mentioned this is not very well understood in the general public. People who take their own lives, most of the people who take their own lives, and we speak to them and we spend time with each one of them who survives to try to understand their state of mind and their motivation. Most of them who attempt to take their life will have been thinking about self-harm, having thoughts about it, being lonely, being despondent, being upset, being depressed, etc., for some chronic period of time. But the decision to actually take one's life, to act on a sense of despair, often takes place in a 10-minute time frame. So to move from suicidal thoughts to suicidal action, 50% of people who move from thinking about self-harm and despair to actually attempting to take their life make the decision to attempt to take their life in a 10-minute time frame. So it's very important that we do everything we can to provide security, provide messaging, provide an environment which will reduce the impulsivity which drives the act. And I just want to say also to you, Mr. Chairman, and to this board, that I personally, as someone who spent my life consulting with government agencies on trying to improve mental health services for suicide prevention and for the care of the seriously mentally ill, this collaboration I've had with Jamie, with you and your team at the MTA, has been one of the most productive, one of the most welcoming, and one of the most, from my perspective, impressive efforts to really make a difference and move the dial. So I wanted to say that publicly, that this is a wonderful effort. There's work to be done, but and that I'm very privileged to be part of the team.
And one final question. Thank you, Dr. Marmar, for speaking in broader context and providing those data and stats. But what are other transit system and other institutions doing across the country to address this epidemic?
I think none probably as effectively as the MTA from my experience. I was a vice chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at the major medical school in San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, for 12 years before I was recruited to come as chair at NYU in 2009. During the time when I was vice chair at the medical school in San Francisco, I repeatedly participated in efforts to reduce suicide and suicide risk on the Golden Gate Bridge and other structures in the Bay Area. The Golden Gate Bridge, I think at the time, was the #1 most dangerous site for suicide in America during those years. And what I confronted during those years was a huge amount of concern, empathy, conversation, and very little action. And eventually, a decision was made to install a net-like barrier below the level of the guardrails on the side of the bridge, which is facing into the bay. And that barrier which was created, which was a method of using structural engineering to reduce access to harm, was the single most successful thing that was ever done to reduce that the terrible tragedies of the Golden Gate Bridge. So I think, compared to my previous experience, Jamie, things are moving faster here. They're more responsive, and that the MTA, your team, is thinking of a whole range of strategies which are in many ways more sophisticated than what we were able to do in San Francisco.
Well, Dr. Marmar, thanks for joining us today, and most importantly, for bring some more light to this issue so that people can understand. And we should, of course, always mention that anyone who is experiencing these kinds of moments, they can now dial 988 for immediate assistance. I also want to acknowledge that we haven't described it, but much of our work in the transit system has been also assisted and motivated by our Bridges and Tunnels agency, which has been a leader, as you said, have installed fencing at many of our facilities, have placed contact points across the bridges, and provided other means of assistance, as well as leading the way on many of those customer communications. But that's the summary for today of these efforts and the update. Chair.
So I just want to say thank you to Jamie, to you and your team, and Shanifa, and everybody in the operating agencies who's participated, and also to the doctor and his team, and folks who make this their life's work. So we're so grateful to be in collaboration with you and professionals, so we can start to address this. Opportunity for board members to questions or comments. Board Member Mahaltsis and Midori Valdivia, then we'll go down the line. Thanks.
So thank you, Jen. Shanifa, Jamie, Dr. Kathy, Kathy, Rinaldi, Richie, thank you for everyone who tries to keep our system safe and tries to help people who are despondent enough to take their own lives. But Shanifa, I just wanted to ask you, why West 4th? Did we figure that out?
Interestingly, based off of the design and the way that people have congregated in the past, that it led to, just people being there. And as the doctor said, it only takes 10 minutes for an opportunity to present itself. But thanks to, our efforts and also having the police presence as well as social service resources available, we've been able to address that issue quickly.
Let me just tell you, when we get police reports and there's a lot of dysfunctional activity and people struggling, whether it's homelessness or mental illness or just general acting out, West 4th frequently appears. It has a very long mezzanine that seems to attract a lot of non-transportation activity, would be my euphemism.
Right.
And it has been a focal point for our NYPD partners. Pat Warren knows the station like the back of his hand. So that's part of what went into that.
And Jamie, I wanted, when you showed the infrared, and you see all that station crowding, what do we then do? Do we, send police out to try to break up crowds? Do we say will we send our station agents out? What do we do? Or Demetrius, is that a question for you?
I'm looking at Demetrius. I will say that is somewhat of a work in progress as we enable closed-circuit TV connectivity across the entire system so that we can be responsive more quickly, but perhaps you want to add to that.
I think they're just additional tools for us, right? You don't want, at certain stations, there's really not enough room on a station for a heavy loading at one side, so you do want to do some dispersing of the crowds, having station agents out of the booth, having the ability to be able to send people to disperse some of the crowds, move them towards other parts of the platform will be helpful. But also particularly where instances where folks are further into the tunnels, the control center having access to that information, being able to dispatch police in advance of a train actually going in that area, notifying a train in advance that maybe someone on the tracks ahead of you. All of those are tools to utilize prior to a person actually coming into contact with it.
Great, thank you.
Midori.
Thank you all for obviously your efforts and obviously this very important issue. I really appreciated, one, that you kind of, expanded a hot button issue that's happening right now with subway surfing and saying, let's look at all intrusions because it is a bigger issue and it's not just kind of what's happening this week or last week, but trends that you're seeing. So I appreciated that. Second, I had a similar question on the camera and Demetrius. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought no one was looking at those cameras in real time. So I'm kind of confused on how you can take action at that moment. And please correct me if I'm wrong.
So the pilot that we ran is different than what we will be implementing. I think it's in July.
Okay.
So we haven't really fleshed out the exact use for it.
I
but
see.
There's still potential to utilize it in those areas.
Okay, so you're saying it's a collection of data and then it's thinking about what we're going to do next with it.
I'd also note, and next month we'll be doing an update on security, including the camera deployment, but there are, I believe, 43 stations that have enhanced closed-circuit TV, which is connected, basically streaming to the rail control center, and so that allows us to take immediate action. Those are the bigger stations where you see more of these incidents, and we're continuing to deploy technology to allow for the streaming, live streaming of that footage back. So that's work that's underway.
Okay. And the follow-up I have is, so one, I guess I want to give feedback that I really appreciated from a process perspective what you've all done. So one, saying that there are psychological issues here that we can benefit from learning of, so that's interdisciplinary. And I think that can be used in other elements, other big policy areas that we've looked at. I don't know if you've used those similar tools in terms of behavioral economics in fare evasion or in other big things in terms of how customers are acting, And so I think that's useful too, that you really clean the data and then you create a targeting situation. So we heard, a lot of folks talk today about elevator, escalator, and I know there are a lot of regulatory and contractual issues around that, but I really love how your team said, we have a lot of this data, let's not boil the ocean, let's figure out where the targeted approaches are and what the station, so I think that's excellent. I think we should emulate that in other policy areas that we have to engage in. And then I think the last point would be just how much is in the budget for this effort this year? Is this operating? Is this capital? To me, it seems like operational expense. So I just want to understand a little bit more about how much this new needs is.
We can get back to you with details, board member. Most of what we've described is in pilot mode, which is we're being able to just handle it in the course of other activities, and then there's capital budgeted for the projects that I mentioned, which we can give you a summary of.
Okay, can I just add, folks in this room, we've been working on the budget for a while now, and the operating budget that we put that became the basis of the governor's plan. She put $150 million in it for a package of security-related investments that includes much of the stuff that you heard from Jamie and Shanif about today.
So that's helpful to know a little bit more about the 150 and what you're all proposing that it goes to. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Solomon, and then down the line to Transit Advocates Murderers Row over there.
Critical work here, and I just want to lend my voice to this effort in terms of commending the chair for impaneling the task force, and then also, of course, to Shanifa and to Jamie and to Dr. Marmar, whose reputation precedes him, and for him to say that this is the most impressive endeavor that he's undertaken, I think means and says a lot. So kudos to go around to everyone. I did have a question in terms of the long-term capital needs for this, a question for Jamie. With respect to the thermal detection technology, how far ahead could that detection actually spot someone on the tracks versus the actual safe stopping distance for trains?
I don't have those exact numbers for you. In fact, we'll learn more about that from the pilot. But I will say, as you saw in the footage, the technology is improving, week to week or year to year. So we are now able to use this to see very far ahead. And as I mentioned, there are many applications of that. Certainly, it's the case that if someone still decides to put themselves in front of a moving train at the last second, that we don't see that this technology would enable safe stopping during that time period, if that's what you're asking. So we still, we certainly still need all of these other interventions as well.
Taken was that to be able to see much further than the human naked eye could see, and that's clearly accomplished, right, Jamie? Okay, good. Okay. Mr. Albert, Mr. Glucksman, Mr. Brinkman.
Thank you for the presentation, as everyone else has said. Harkening back to one of the beginning points of the entire presentation, the subway surfing, and I'm pleased that Rich and Demetrius are here, and maybe they have the answer to this, but has anyone looked into the possibility of installing sensors on the tops of our cars which would trigger a light in the conductor's cab should somebody attempt to climb on board a subway car?
We have not. But we have, we're starting a pilot now on the 188s for like a heavier gauge chain, which will make it a little more challenging to be able to remove it. Unfortunately, when there are breaks and emergencies, we require the crews to go up and down in between cars. So getting rid of the safety chains is not, or making them, not able to be removed is not possible. But we are definitely trying to look at different ways to improve it.
Thank you.
Mr. Glucksman.
Thank you for the presentation. I just didn't want everything to forget what the railroads are doing. They have this excellent QPR program. Myself and Vinny and some others participate in it. Question, pursue, and refer. So, I mean, persuade, that's right. Persuade. Question, persuade, and refer. So the railroads are working on that to keep people from taking their own lives. Thank you.
Mr. Brinkman.
I just wanted to commend everybody that was involved in bringing in a psychiatric expert. I think that's fantastic. But I think we should also take this one step further. We've had 88 fatalities in the last year. That's 88 times members of the MTA family have had to climb down out of a train or a subway to witness this. And as a PT, a post-traumatic stress disorder, something that we should be looking at, to deal with our own people. Again, it's wonderful what you're doing, and every thing we can do to get those numbers down is fantastic, but we're never going to get it to zero. So I think we need to come up with something to protect our own people because it is stressful. In a previous life, I was a funeral director. I dealt with two cases, MTA cases, by the way, and when I got to see that, it was sanitized. I'd hate to think what Vinny's crews have to witness when they jump down out of a train. So just something to keep in mind for the future, if we're not doing that already. And I thank Dr. Marmar. I really appreciate what you're doing for us.
Thank you, and I would like to echo your concern. I have consulted over the years with the major railroads because railroad engineers that do cross-country hauls often deal with terrible accidents and see carnage and death, not necessarily suicide sometimes, but often just bad crossing accidents, and it does take a toll. And the rates of cumulative post-traumatic stress symptoms over a career of being a railroad engineer driver, including the MTA, are very significant. And if I might just make a comment about technology, one question was raised, can we look at the video information in real time? And I think you mentioned that there are AI programs that can actually do that in real time and raise an alarm when there's concern. I want to mention to you that we're in my research lab, we're using advanced AI models to try to develop blood tests and other screening tests for post-traumatic stress disorder and for suicide risk. And one thing people may also not be aware of people who attempt to take their life or do take their life, a majority of them have seen a healthcare professional in the 2 to 3 months before they take their life. So if we had a better way to screen for suicide risk, for example, in primary care, we could help you on the medical side. You're doing a huge amount on the MTA side. I think modern medicine needs to do much more in partnership with you.
Well, thank you so much. Any other comments? So if hearing none, I'll turn it over to Mr. Davey and his team on station conditions.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. We just wanted to spend a few minutes, Demetrius and I, just briefing the board on our Faster, Cleaner, Safer plan. We came to you all back in the fall with a plan to improve customer satisfaction, to achieve 10% improvement by next year, or at least 70% across the board. And one of those key tenets has been ensuring that our vehicles and our station environment are clean. As the doctor mentioned, interestingly enough, having a space that has order to it as opposed to disorder, interestingly enough, is also a safety issue as well. And so for the Department of Buses, I'll speak for Frank just for a minute, and the team at Buses has been doing an excellent job of improving cleaning in buses. Last fall, accelerating what was a 90-day cycle for deep clean of our vehicles down to now a 45-day cycle, getting our buses through the bus wash basically on a daily basis, and making sure that, of course, we're scrapping every day, but really doing a deep clean on the vehicles on a much more regular basis. And it's paying off. We've seen that our customer satisfaction numbers in bus hit an all-time high of 69% this past February. And why? One of the reasons is our customers are telling us that they see a big difference in the cleanliness of our vehicles. Up to 84% of our customers are satisfied or very satisfied with the bus vehicle. Now, obviously, we have a lot of work to do in terms of service. As the chair mentioned, for example, pushing for more flexibility in terms of ticketing cars that are in our bus stops or double parked. But cleanliness has been a big part of why we continue to see an uptick in customer satisfaction in bus. And so, not to be outdone, the Subways team, I'm going to tee it up and hand it over to Demetrius, is also doing an exceptional job when it comes to both the cleanliness and the station renovation. In defense, Chair, I did not come up with that clever phrase; someone else did. Which is good. But we have been focused on both our renovations, but also our cleaning. We are hiring almost 900 cleaners across Subways for both end-of-line cars and for stations. It's been a huge effort, and thanks to Lizette and her team for helping us move that hiring along. I know I'm sometimes a tough customer, but we are getting the personnel and giving them the tools, by the way, to get the job done is so important. And again, for our customer satisfaction in Subways, 65% in February is the highest, again, on record. And one of the reasons is back to cleanliness. Our customers are seeing both onboard cleanliness on our subway cars and our stations continue to improve. Obviously, again, a long way to go. There's a lot of room for improvement. And Demetrius will talk a little bit about how we're going to continue to push forward in this coming year. So, Demetrius.
So improving a customer and employee experience has been a major focus for us. We continue to push efforts to reopen public bathrooms in the subway environment while doing quality assurance and safety checks in those same locations. In January, we reopened 18 bathrooms in 9 locations. And in the beginning of May, we will reopen 24 bathrooms in 12 additional locations. This will bring a total of 42 bathrooms in 21 locations, which will be open. And based on our assessments, we'll continue to roll out additional locations beyond that. In quarter 1 of 2023, we renovated 12 stations, and the feedback we received from our customers was phenomenal. Seeing the refreshes, the power wash stairs, the platforms, improved lighting, graffiti removal, the updated tiling, and so much more has really made an impact on our customers. So for quarter 2 of 2023, I'm pleased to announce that we will renovate 13 additional stations. Oh, wrong way. 13 additional stations. They are Cordell U Road on the Q, Broadway on the G, Grand Street on the D, Atlantic Barclays on the B and Q, 21st Street Queensbridge on the F, Sutphin Boulevard and Archer on the J, Zariga on the 6, Far Rockaway on the A, Pelham Bay Park on the 6, Myrtle Wyckoff Avenue on the M, Kings Highway on the F, Jamaica Center, Parsons Archer on the J, and 121st Street on the J. So we are without doubt committed to improving the environment for our customers. We're not targeting the low-hanging fruit anymore. Some of these locations are challenging, but we're willing. Our team is certainly up to the challenge. We also want to ensure that our employees know as much as we can and talk about customer service as our North Star. We're also ensuring that employee experience is a good one too. So year to date, we've been able to update 18 employee facilities, addressing issues that will instill more pride in our workforce, knowing that they're going to an improved workspace. We see you, we hear you, and we care. Now, it was Einstein who said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So we've had to change the mindset of how we clean and what we clean and the manner in which we clean and how we train our folks. The foundation is really based upon 3 main pillars. 1, establishing cleaning standards to set expectations that will improve customer satisfaction and ensure standardization amongst all operating areas. 2 is identifying, obtaining, and strategically deploying resources, both labor and equipment, to allow cleaning personnel to perform their jobs and exceed customer expectations. And 3, providing guidance, support, and feedback to all levels of the organization so employees are empowered to effectively do their jobs and enact change. In September of 2022, we hired 297 station cleaners and on pace to hire 48 per month until we get to 2,077 station cleaners. We've enhanced a 4-week training program to include proper utilization of equipment and the inclusion of a Standards of Excellence cleaning guide. That guide in itself shows what cleaning looks like, what clean looks like in certain areas, what a specific equipment looks like when it's clean. But gives them actual visual guides to work along with the actual training that they're doing. Along with the additional staffing, we've reduced the span of control for regular routine station cleaning. This allows for cleaners to address no more than 2 stations rather than the 3 or 4 stations, providing more of an opportunity for cleaners to focus more of their attention towards detail cleaning. We've increased the frequency of stations being power wash and deep clean by adding personnel to our mobile wash teams and specialized cleaning teams. We're working towards a 30-day cycle on underground stations. Higher ridership stations such as 34th Street will get additional power washing. And elevated stations, we're targeting power washing them twice seasonally. We also increased the number of cleaners assigned to the extra pool of personnel. This will assist in addressing availability issues to ensure continuous cleaning coverage. Rather than saying when a cleaner is off sick or takes off, we assign that the person that's at the adjacent cleaning location to just take on the additional work. You had 2, now you have 4. You just can't do the job under those circumstances. We now have an extra pool of cleaners which will fill in the blanks so that that work can be done. And we've also have a dedicated HDC scrubber machine personnel, individuals who operate scrubber machines. And they will solely concentrate on cleaning subway tiles and tile surfaces, station tiles and surfaces. New machines, tools, procedures, enhanced supervisors are all pivotal to the excessive cleaning. We received 73 new scrubber machines in February, increasing our inventory to 350 of these units. Some stations have multiple units for multiple cleaners to handle. You know, some of the stations are huge, so you can't assume that one person is just going to be able to do the entire station. We enhance and will continue to enhance our quality assurance checks at those stations, because it's not just about doing the work, but how do we enforce it and reinforce it. We are deploying additional high-intensity tactical teams. These teams are specialized teams who are trained to do heights, locations that individuals that are taller will see along the ledges of platforms, along the ledges of stairwells. They're also going to focus on elevated cabs, the glass, where you see a lot of glass in our stations. We keep increasing the amount of glass. Well, these folks will be cleaning glass, but they also clean areas that are generally inaccessible to our day-to-day cleaners. One thing that you'll notice in the frame top right corner, cleaning of the inside of elevator glass, which requires, in some instances, opening the actual panel for the elevators. So we have cleaning that will be done by the HIT teams on the inside of the elevator and the outside glass, but also the elevator mechanics will be cleaning the outside of the structure so that it's clean to our customers as well. Lastly, we reworked our routine cleaning program, targeting cleaning tasks around our ridership. So we want to make sure that we're targeting specifically so that when you go through a location, we have hit that location so customers sense that it's clean. We generally will clean when there's no customers, but by the time a customer does come, they may not get the sense that you spent that much time cleaning it. So we've changed our work program to address that. Our customers are noticing the change, and they're telling us about it. We've experienced a third consecutive month where there was a larger percentage of customers who felt safer versus customers who felt less safe in our subway system. A cleaner subway environment elevates the experience for all. In February of 2023, customer satisfaction increased to 65% for subways. This represents an 8 percentage point increase from the fall of 2022 survey and 14 percentage point increase from the spring of 2022 survey. And that is all I have.
I just got to give you,
Yep,
Demetrius, I just got to give a shout out to Jim Compton and folks on your team. We've got, when I'm riding around in the system, as you know, I will frequently met Mr. Compton and know about certain conditions, and these folks are really attacking, and they're doing it quick. And I think you are on the right track times 10. It's really starting to, I think, alter the experience for a lot of riders. So well done. Anybody questions or comments? Ms. Valdivia and Mr. Mack. Okay.
Rich and Demetrius and Jano, thank you all for your efforts regarding cleaning. I know it can be a really big effort, especially if you're hiring folks and all that. So just for my own edification, because I forget, you said you're hiring 900 cleaners. How many cleaners do you have right now, station cleaners?
On the station side, I believe we're teetering around 1,900.
Okay, 1,900,
Yes.
and you're working to get to 2,077. I heard that number.
So it's 2,200 on the station side, and I can't recall a number on the car side right now.
And bathrooms, obviously a lot of activity around that. How many bathrooms do we have in total?
So for bathrooms, there's that are open or closed?
In total, in our
In
system.
total,
for
there are
subways.
133.
Okay, so 42 represent a significant
Yes.
percentage, so that's really great. Couldn't help but notice the facilities, you only had 18 facilities that you're looking to make improvements. That's the least number. Obviously, I understand how we want to be customer focused. What you're thinking, this is 18 facility improvements for workers this year only?
Yes,
Okay.
so what we did was each of the station renovations, we have been targeting employee resource or employee facilities at those locations.
Okay.
So it's not just that we didn't want to go there and customers come and they say, oh, this is fantastic. You've done a great job of painting my location. The tiles look great. And then an employee goes into their location and it hasn't been touched in the last 60 years.
Right. We know some of these facilities are in disrepair, so I appreciate your focus on that, and any more focus we can give would be great.
But just what we have a separate employee facility effort underway
Okay.
as well. So for both buses and subways that aren't included in the renovation, I think what we're, as Demetrius is saying, is we're taking advantage of having our crews in this, having our work crews in the station. There's also all these little hidden, break rooms or bathrooms and et cetera for our crews. That's the one we're attacking through station renovation.
Thank you.
Mr. Mack.
Yeah, I think I applaud that work, and I think it's very important. But as you know, the Los Angeles rapid transit system has the most derelicts and homeless. Now, we're going to open these bathrooms, which is wonderful. I commend you. It's a great amenity that we need to do to encourage people to ride public transit. But some way, somehow, we have to monitor so that bathroom doesn't become a homeless or a crime area. You got to remember, you have drugs and all kinds of things that are going on, and you want to make sure that the bathrooms are safe.
Mr. Davey?
You're exactly right, and it's in part the reason why we've been rolling this out in a pilot form to see how it's progressed. What we've also decided is to open the bathrooms from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., so they're not open 24 hours, and they're closed for 1 hour during the day from 12 to 1 to ensure we can do a deep clean. But more importantly, if there's someone attempting to shelter, for example, or we can pull them out, or if we need to ask for police or other support. But thankfully, so far, so good. So we think that approach is working to balance both what our customers need, but also to ensure the safety of our employees in the facility.
Okay. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Are we using any third-party contractors at all to clean?
We were, and we are weaning ourselves off that. So during the pandemic, I think transit in particular had a very difficult time hiring employees. In fact, had a hiring freeze on it, as you all know, at some point. So we did supplement with contract cleaners with an agreement with the TWU. That agreement said we would, once we got back to a hiring pace, that we would begin to wean ourselves off those contracts, which is happening. I think we're scheduled right now to have all the contract cleaning cease by mid-year this year. That might adjust depending on our hiring, but it's been that's the course.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Paige, we need to have the ADA explanation.
Yes, this is the announcement that you had alluded to before regarding the ADA settlement agreement. I want to remind everyone that the MTA and New York City Transit Authority recently entered into a proposed settlement agreement that would resolve 2 class action lawsuits relating to the accessibility of the subways for those with mobility disabilities. If approved by the courts, the MTA will add elevators or ramps to stations, subject to the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement, so that by 2055, at least 95% of the MTA's inaccessible stations, as identified in the settlement agreement, will provide steer-free paths of travel. The full notice of the proposed settlement of the class action lawsuits, including information about the terms of the settlement agreement and the related court hearings, can be found on the MTA's website. Thank you.
Okay, now on to our routine board business. The minutes of the February board meeting and minutes from each of the committees have been distributed to all the board members. Are there any corrections, omissions? Hearing none, the minutes are approved as distributed. Let me kick off this month's committee reports. I chaired the Corporate Governance Committee on Monday and report the following. There are 4 action items this month related to procurement guidelines, MTA's codes of ethics, the MTA mission statement, and the rules of conduct governing firearms and weapons. The committee recommends these items, and I move them. May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Mahalta, second. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries. Thank you. The Bridge and Tunnel Committee, Mr. Mack.
Okay. The BDC committee met on Monday, and there are no items
Thank you.
to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Moving to the Joint Railroad Committee, Board Member Lopez.
Welcome.
Thank you. Long Island Rail and Metro North Rail committees met on Monday and report the following. There is one action item this month. This item seeks board approval of the MTA Grand Central Madison Concourse Operating Company's permanent adoption of the rules of conduct governing Grand Central Madison Terminal. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second. Any opposition? Any discussion? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
There is one competitive item for $2.3 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second. Ms. Velez. Any, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
This concludes the Joint Railroad Report.
Transit and Bus Committee, Ms. Mahaltzis.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber. The New York City Transit and Bus Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There is one request for an RFP authorization resolution for the procurement of bus operator simulators. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second. Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? Item is approved.
This concludes the New York City Transit report.
Board Member Solomon, would you deliver the capital program report?
Thank you, Chair. The Capital Program Committee met Monday and reports the following. Construction and Development has 6 actions for proposed expenditure of $300 million. The item seeks board approval to award 6 contracts to 3 design-build firms. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second. Ms. Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
This concludes the Capital Program Committee report.
Finance Committee, Board Member Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. Finance Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There are 2 action items this month. The first seeks board approval to authorize filing of the annual MTA all-agency procurement report as required under Section 2879 of the Public Authorities Law. Second action seeks board approval to file for and accept federal grants for the federal fiscal year 2023. Committee recommends these actions, and I move them.
Second. Ms. Velez. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
Great. There is one competitive item for $34.3 million for Masabi LLC to continue servicing mobile ticketing program for the commuter railroads for the next 3 years. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second. Ms. Lopez. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
Great. There's a package of 9 real estate items this month. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second. Ms. Velez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The item is carried.
That concludes the Finance Committee report, sir.
And now may I have a motion to adjourn? Mr. Glucksman, I'm not sure. Okay, Glucksman makes the motion to adjourn. Second? All in favor? The meeting is adjourned. The item is adjourned. It's my fan club inspires the old joke about the sound of one hand clapping. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chris. Listen, this was a great meeting. We're talking, what I was especially thrilled about is in the public comment session, you heard what I think of as the pro-transit coalition in full effect. We heard from the riders advocates who are sometimes push us with good reason, but everybody was there because the budget is existential. You know, what's on the agenda in Albany right now is whether the MTA is going to be able to provide service and the same or better frequency, reliability, and safety as what we've been providing. And that's a huge issue for the city, for the region, for everybody, and for the riders. So I was thrilled that we heard from the PCAC and the Riders Alliance and Tri-State and the RPA and the disability advocates and Passengers United, everybody and independent advocates like Jason and many others. So everybody's understands how important this is, and that, I think, was a shot in the arm. We also heard from the elected, some of whom I met with yesterday in Albany, who are, it is encouraging that people are getting the message that we need full funding of the deficit in accordance with the governor's proposal. What you heard again and again was folks who, even from different houses of the legislature that have come up with their own proposals, supporting the governor's proposal, which was thorough and complete and set the bar at we gotta solve the MTA deficit, and we gotta do it now, and we have to do it permanently. That was the other message I'm trying to get across to Albany, and you heard from me today, was solving the MTA deficit is not a one-year thing. We gotta do it in a way that is gonna be a permanent solution for years to come. The riders do not deserve to have to go through the perils of Pauline every year when the budget is being done in Albany. And we at the MTA need to know that the money's going to be there so that we can have a plan for the best level and quality of service. And that we don't have to worry about how many people we're going to be able to hire to do cleaning or how many bus operators we can hire to run buses, that we know that we've got the money. And that's why I said to folks in Albany yesterday, listen, you guys have to negotiate out what the elements of this budget are going to be. But what I'm going to tell you is let's not be guessing about what any initiative is going to produce. We need a package that includes initiatives that are guaranteed to produce the amount of money that's being assigned to them. So I was really heartened by the discussion we had. And then we heard two presentations on hugely important issues, both the whole station environment, and hats off to Rich Davey and Demetrius and Jim Compton and the people who are focused on really optimizing the MTA station experience in subways, especially, hiring more cleaners, more supervisors, so that we have fewer stations for any one person to oversee, and we can do a better job. And being aggressive about cleaning things that I think many of us who use the system know are not routinely getting enough attention, like glass and some of the out-of-the-way areas at height. Rich has developed, along with the subways team, a plan for that. So I was excited by that. And of course, just to hear the range of initiatives that have been developed and are being implemented to deal with this problem of people getting on the tracks. Some of this is voluntary, or the majority is voluntary, and some of it is related to people struggling with mental illness. But, to hear from a leading professional like Dr. Marmer that the MTA is moving more quickly and more aggressively to deal with the issue of people trying to inflict self-harm was moving, I think, for all of us who work at the MTA, and we want to keep heading in that direction. So I had a great meeting and at an important moment. So let the Mintonization begin.
Well, starting us off on the serious issues of the day is N.J. Burkett of Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Newt.
No, needn't.
spending on these various platform safety plans? And as a practical matter, is it really something that you feel you can make a reasonable dent in with these pilot programs?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the technology initiatives, laser intrusion detection, use of the existing cable CCTV camera systems with new AI capacity to identify behaviors that might be suggestive of people trying to get onto the tracks or get into the tunnels. The cameras that are going on the front of the trains and so far in pilots have proved effective in identifying people much further distance than the naked eye, the human eye can see. Those are really promising, and the governor put another $150 million into our budget to deal with safety. It includes a lot of those initiatives, and it also includes more safety professionals, security professionals, fare enforcement professionals for the buses. So we've moved in the right direction on subway safety. We want to do more in the bus safety environment and more to deter fare evasion on the buses. So that is also part of the $150 million that the governor has put into our budget. But on top of that is capital program money that is literally in the hundreds of millions of dollars for things like platform doors, barriers, and all of these new technologies. So we're talking hundreds of millions for these initiatives to increase subway safety and stop the human tragedy of people getting on the tracks, whether they're having mental health issues, trying to hurt themselves, because it's a human tragedy. Everybody knows that. But it also kills service. When it happens, you're talking, what happens is a line is disrupted at least an hour to 2 hours. There's a terrible human tragic element, but there's also a service to our customers, and we want to deal with that as well.
To what extent was Michelle Go's tragic death the impetus for a lot of this?
Listen, what happened to Michelle Go was in January of 22, right? 22. But we saw an upsurge happening in that winter. And that's when I formed the Subway Safety Task Force. So it was, yes, definitely, Michelle Go was a high-profile and super tragic episode, but it was clear that the numbers were telling us, in addition to the individual story, that something had to be done. And the result is we have really brought the numbers down dramatically. The holiday period, the height of winter, unfortunately, is a time when these numbers tend to spike. This year, the spike was at a much, much lower level. That was a sign of progress.
All right, we go to Anna Lay of the New York Times. Anna.
Hey, Jano. We heard a lot today from advocates who were pushing for more frequent service, and they're saying that it would take a relatively modest investment to make service more frequent on subways and buses. And I'm curious, is there no way to find that money, especially given that there's been other expansions and pilot programs and other things? Is that something that you can, give people who are calling for it? I also was curious if we might be able to get an update on conversations with Richie Torres regarding his concerns related to the Bronx and unintended effects from congestion pricing. Thank you.
Listen, we said it, and I know Rich Davies said it. We're in the subway and bus operations business. If we're given money to operate more service, we will be thrilled. And in fact, we and some of the advocacy groups have actually discussed, just planning for eventualities, what that might look like. Understanding that first thing is we have to solve the MTA deficit, and the governor's plan is really the leader in doing that. But if in the end, Albany, all the players in Albany get together and give us a little bit more money, we are getting ready to put together increases in service. And as I think one of the speakers said from the podium, because there has been discussion between us and the advocacy groups, it would primarily be in the evenings after rush hour and on the weekends. So those are the two areas where we think we could provide a substantial improvement of service, mostly through just increasing frequency. And the planning for that contingency is underway, and it's been collaborative with some of the key transit advocacy groups.
Would her current proposal help you reach this goal?
Well, right now, what the governor put on the table, I think, is, and she's been clear, is we first have to solve the MTA budget deficit, which is $2 billion. And what she put on the table is a huge step because it solves the entire deficit for 4 years. And then by assigning casino revenues in the out years, gives us additional confidence for the years even beyond the plan period. Now, as I said to my friends in the Assembly, one thing I did not like about the Assembly proposal was that it sunset in 4 years. So we have to go through this whole drama again. And the governor's plan really provided a path to a permanent financial security for the MTA, with the proviso that we have to find efficiencies to the tune of $400 million ourselves. But that was a huge benchmark. And now I know the discussions are underway about what the final proposal might include, including potentially some service. Okay, and on congestion pricing, I'm going to have a short answer to that, which is that, we heard a lot in the outreach some months ago. We put together a ton of analysis to support, to respond to all of those questions. There was hundreds and hundreds of comments and thousands of comments and hundreds of hours of commentary. And now we're working with our federal partners. I got to say, lest there be any confusion, the feds are working their tails off. It's super complicated. You know it. But I'm not going to get into any of the details of what that is. We have to give folks a chance to work through what we have put together.
All right, moving to Zoom, you've got Andrew Siff from WNBC, who insists he is driving to mass transit, but that's an aside. Andrew, go ahead.
Well, it's a pandemic reality, Tim, that we edit our stories in a mobile vehicle. We no longer report to Rockefeller Center. But getting on topic here today, at the board meeting, Mr. Lieber, you unanimously passed the rules that have long been in place at Grand Central Terminal and extended them to Grand Central Madison. And one of those rules is you're not allowed to sit, I believe it's for longer than 90 minutes in a corridor or concourse, which raises the question, beautiful Moynihan Station, beautiful Grand Central Madison, why is there no place to sit?
Well, that's not true. There's a waiting area, and it was sized, to the reality of who is waiting for a long time in a transportation facility. This is a commuter facility. Our riders don't go there to wait around for hours and hours. They have a schedule, and they arrive overwhelmingly for a particular train. So we do have appropriate seating, and we're going to add to the seating when we have the retail. As you know, Andrew, we started to do a procurement for the retail that would be in the Grand Central Madison area in the middle of COVID, and basically all the retail operators said, we have no idea what retail is going to be like as we sit here in the middle of the COVID pandemic. We're not taking on new projects. We have to wait till things settle down and we see the foot traffic. So that got delayed. But that will be another source of seating. And more broadly, all we did, and the board adopted unanimously, is basically to create, the same set of rules for the new facility as there are upstairs at Grand Central and elsewhere in the railroad environment. So that's hardly a news flash in my view.
But as a quick follow-up to that, isn't the seating policy and planning designed to limit the number of homeless people in transit hubs?
I don't think so. I think that it's designed to have, in keeping with the fact that it's a transportation facility and I don't know that there's ever been, I'm pretty sure there's never been a ticket given for people sitting too long. So this is a little bit of a tempest in a teapot, because no one's ever been punished or ticketed for this. It's just the rules of conduct that we have in the subway system. We have them in the commuter rail system. There are rules of conduct in airline facilities, and they're all about how do you operate a transportation facility. That's it.
All right, moving to your far left there, Evan Simko-Bednarski of the New York Daily News is next. Evan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hey, Jano. So I've got two questions for you on Omni. First, I know that Rich Davey, mentioned yesterday that subway ridership use of Omni is up around 40%. So right now you guys are working with two systems. I may be misremembering that number. My question is, when it becomes sort of universally, in place, whatever that timeline is, what's the budgetary impact on that? When you get rid of Metro cards, what does that get you guys money-wise?
I have to just give you an IOU on answering that. There are savings to be had from the fact that you have less maintenance of the vending machines, in theory. It has to do with you will have machines for Omni, but in theory, because more people will be doing things digitally and online, there'll be a little less vending machine maintenance costs. I don't have the number offhand, Evan, so let us try to give you a more thoughtful answer.
And also on that point, is there any scenario in which rider data or ridership data in the aggregate becomes a revenue stream?
I'm not that smart. I don't know the answer. We'll talk to smarter people and try to give you a proper answer. I just don't know the answer.
Thank you.
Moving just to the right there, Danielle Moyo-Dunn of Politico. Danielle, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. I have two questions, both budget related. The first is obviously there's a lot of focus, of course, on the state budget, as there should be, but I think it was a few months ago you made the case for more federal relief for mass transit. I was just wondering if that's something MTA is still pushing for in Washington, and whether you feel like the prospects for that are slim or not.
There's no question that the changeover in control of the House has impacted on that and other transit initiatives. Listen, we've continued to advocate for Washington to look at the facts about the transit system nationally and recognize that COVID ain't over for mass transit in the United States. The MTA, because transit is so big in New York, we are 40% of the United States' transit customers, and the impact to our lives and our community and our economy and our people is so great. We make the most noise, but other transit systems nationally are suffering, numerically worse than we are. Major transit systems like, Washington, Chicago, New Jersey Transit, Boston, LA, have much larger deficits as a percentage attributable to the ridership, the COVID-triggered ridership reduction. So this is a national problem, and we're teaming up with them where we can to push for more action out of Washington. But you're not wrong that the politics of the changed composition of Congress does have an effect. But we're also saying to individual, it's no secret that we've got some new Republican congressmen from New York, and we are saying, and will always be saying to them, hey, come on, this is something that's important to your constituents in your region. Put aside partisanship and party politics. We need, Republican congressmen from the region to support New York on the transit issue.
Great, thanks, Jano. And then just another on kind of the broader budget note. I was wondering, do you feel like the MTA has done enough to date to sort of go beyond the 9-to-5 commuter structure? I know there's an acknowledgement, of course, about the impact of hybrid work, but it still seems like we're seeing slower service and less service on weekends and outside of those hours.
I'm not sure I agree. Look, we can debate it, but listen, we're doing a lot of work on the weekend. That definitely affects it. But as Rich has said again and again, we since Transit appointed a weekend czar and we started to focus on trying to balance getting work done with maintaining a high quality service, OTP and other measures of weekend performance have dramatically improved. So that's important. We're not ceding the weekends. But the other thing you need to know, Danielle, is that we all saw during COVID the peaks diminish because, office workers were among the most prone to remote work. The peaks came back. So our peaks are real. It's not, we shouldn't write that out of the story. The peaks have come back. We have to provide more service than the peaks. But we would like to provide more off-peak service and more weekend service. And, that's one of the things that will be determined over time.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go, I'm sorry, Rich? No? We're going to go out east on the Zoom equipment to Alfonso Castillo, standing by in the Newsday studios. Alfonso.
Hi, Jana. How are you?
Good.
A couple things. You were on Long Island on Friday. You mentioned something about how you felt Long Island Railroad ridership would actually be stronger were it not for fare evasion. This subject came up again at the committee meetings in the context of the assault on the 2 Long Island Railroad conductors, and there was some discussion about whether the railroad's protocol for addressing people who refuse to pay their fares makes any sense. It's kind of like this badly kept secret that if you want to, you could ride the railroad for free. There are no consequences. You get this invoice.
Thank you for publicizing it that way.
But can you talk about that? Is it time, as some board members called for there to be more teeth to enforcing folks who just outright refuse to pay their fare on the Long Island Railroad?
Listen, we have a discussion underway. It's got to include the union and the folks the conductors who are participating, as well as law enforcement. And Chief Mueller is running much more train patrol since, as I said, John Mueller became the chief of the MTA PD. So we are looking at ways to coordinate our police with our conductors to address those situations, number one. In the course of that discussion, we will also look at whether the rules about, what are the punishments and how is the enforcement unfold as well. But there's no secret that fare evasion has become a bigger problem throughout the MTA system, and I've been talking about it for a year now. Some people poo-pooed it when I gave a speech that highlighted that at Abney about a year ago now, but it used to be a $200 million a year problem. It's become a $600 million a year problem, and we have to do something, not just because of the money impacts, but because of the sense of cohesiveness and fairness to riders who, feel like, that they're being taken advantage of when they see people jumping a turnstile or, as you say, getting a pass or a ticket that they don't intend to pay. So we got to look at it, and we're going to do it in tandem with stakeholders like the union and our MTA PD and figure out what else we can do.
If I got a second one, you touched on some of the issues with the rollout of Grand Central Madison service. I know a lot have been addressed. One group that I hear a lot from are Brooklyn commuters, obviously not happy with the shuttle service. And there's a feeling I've sensed of kind of betrayal by Brooklyn commuters who feel like, between the Penn Station commuters and the new Grand Central commuters, they're kind of the odd man out and maybe weren't considered as highly as some of these other groups. What would you say to them?
Okay, well, I'd say these decisions were made long ago, and a lot of it was not based on deciding who you care about more, which population you care about more, but literally the rail configuration at Jamaica, where all those Brooklyn trains that had to work their way across the ladder. And Alfonso, I know you know what I'm talking about, to work their way across the whole rail configuration of Jamaica. from the north side to the south side, where the Atlantic branch veers off from Jamaica, was suppressing throughput. So that was an analysis that took place a long time ago and ultimately yielded the decision, again, long before you and I were having this conversation, to put in Platform F and to turn the Brooklyn thing into a shuttle. So to reassure anybody that that was a decision based on trying to optimize throughput, not based on we love Brooklyn or don't love Brooklyn or love Grand Central or don't love Grand Central, number one. Number two, I had a ride. I recognize there are some folks, even though we've made huge progress, the shuttle has gone down to 7 minutes. Doors are open. Every time someone arrives on platform F to get a shuttle to Brooklyn, there's a train there with doors open so people don't have to wait. It's become a more reliable and shuttle service, but still people don't like having to transfer, and we respect that. But I had an interesting encounter. I got on the train at Atlantic this morning, and somebody, you know, I'm a Class D celebrity in New York because of you guys, and somebody said to me, "Hey, how do you like to ride? Do you always use it here?" Got to talking. I said, "How do you travel?" And he's from your town. He's from Valley Stream. And I asked him about Atlantic. He goes to Atlantic. He said, "Look, it's become much more reliable and much more comfortable, but I still don't like having to change." I said, "I get it." We had the discussion that you and I are having. And then he got off, and his friend, he got off at Borough Hall, and his friend says to me, "You know, he works for the MTA." And I said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "Yeah, he moved out to Valley Stream." I said, "Where do you live?" He said, "I live in Jamaica." I said, "How's the service?" He said, "Oh, my God, it's fabulous. There's so many trains." And he said, "You know, I have somebody in my family who works on Long Island, and now they can take the train in the morning out to Long Island they couldn't before. Thank you." And you see in that encounter, it's an anecdote, but it was a real encounter. It happened this morning, that, you know, realistically, we have some people who feel inconvenience, and we respect them. We're going to try to optimize their experience. But there's a lot more trains for everybody. There is reverse commuting, which changes the economy of Long Island. They can now draw from the entire footprint of the region for hiring first-class people, right? That's a game changer for Long Island businesses, which were limited in where they could hire from before. And provides also the Grand Central service, which is being voted for by roughly 30% of our population. So, you know, as you and other observers write about this, I just hope we continue to recognize there are a lot of winners and there are happy people. They may not go on social media. But for the folks who are less happy, we are working hard every day to figure out the adjustments we can make. And there's less crowding. The transfers at Jamaica are so much better because Rob Free and his team at the railroad have become really effective at making sure that the GCM and Penn trains are at the north end platform, the north end platforms, and that easy transfers are taking place there, and we're getting better every day. So, you know, we will keep working with everybody, and there will be schedule changes that will address some more of the problems or challenges as we go forward.
All right, next question is Jose Martinez right there in the red from the city. Jose.
Hi, is this on? Hey, Giano. There was a lot of talk today about, as usual, the escalators and the elevators, and you pointed out that the escalators, again, the privately maintained ones are the ones that are underwhelming in terms of performance. But this isn't exactly a new issue. You've cited this in the past, and back to 2011, the Inspector General pointed this out. So what's different now? What could the city and what could the MTA do to get the private operators in gear on this stuff?
Okay, so I've been in this job for a year, whatever, however you count from, year and a half. And what's different now is I'm fed up. I'm fed up. We have tried a lot of different ways to contact some of these real estate operators and tell them this is not what the public was led to expect. When you got a benefit of some kind from your agreement to install and maintain escalators and elevators. So I'm fed up, And I've asked the team now because they consistently show up in the bottom, disproportionately in the bottom of the list of escalators. And I asked the team to come up to start looking at options. Can we take over the enforcement from the city? They made an agreement with the city of some kind. Can that responsibility for enforcement be transferred to us and away from the city buildings department, which has, this huge responsibility for safety in all buildings in New York? Because we are the customer. Our customers are the customer, and they're the people who are being disadvantaged. So I'm happy to hear the stories from every one of these real estate, but some of them don't even respond to letters. They're LLCs or partnerships with exotic names and PO boxes, and we want to be able to find a better way. So that's what's changed. I don't have the answer about what we're going to do because that's still a work in progress, and I pushed this starting a few weeks ago, but I'm not satisfied. Part of my dissatisfaction has been my personal experience at entering the Barclays Center entrance right in front of the arena. That station, you walk into that, it was built, again, I don't know who's responsible now, but it was built, there was some benefit from the public, and that was part of the deal, and it is not well maintained in terms of cleanliness, and the escalators are down all the time. And I went down there with the mayor a week or two ago, and I was embarrassed and had to, I literally arrived 15 minutes before the mayor, and I sent folks to go chase down New York City Transit station personnel who are at the other end of the station, because this was not their responsibility, and clean it up because there was so much garbage. And this is not just like the day after a game or once in a while. I go down that entrance a fair amount. So I'm fed up, and we're going to do something about it. I just can't tell you what it is yet.
Just to follow up real quickly, the fines that the city does put in place, are they just puny? Are they meaningless to these landlords?
Well, it hasn't had the desired effect. So, what is? I think somebody quoted Einstein at this board meeting. To do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result is the definition of stupidity. That whatever it is, it ain't working. So we're gonna look at options to change the equation.
All right, one seat over to Nolan Hicks of the New York Post. Nolan.
Hi. You've been talking a lot about the improvements in service and using that as part of your request to go up to Albany and say that, we deserve the extra $1.5 billion, please. This morning on the A, there's a 10-minute gap, and then there's a 25-minute gap, and then there's a 13-minute gap, and then there's a 4-minute gap, and then there's a 7-minute gap, and then there's a 50-second gap. How's that consistent service, and why does that deserve more money?
Okay, so how many subway lines are there?
26. I have to take a question. I'm happy to. Yeah. So, respectfully, you're cherry picking. This morning's rush hour was 92%. So, were there issues in the A line? Sure. Are there issues every day in the system? Sure. But I think to suggest that we're not working to improve that and that we're not deserving of the revenue to provide the service, by the way, that many of our customers asked today for is just wrong. So we have issues all the time. We're digging in. I think we've always said we're not perfect, but the on-time performance and what our customers are telling us is that they're seeing improvement. And so that's what that's how we manage the business.
But I think everyone would agree that's one of the more maddening aspects of riding the subway, right? That, you have a train doesn't come for 20 minutes, and you have 2 or 3 trains show up a minute apart, and then there's not another train for 20 minutes with seemingly no explanation as to why that happens.
Well, I think we put out explanations, but I think what's maddening for me as the president is that, there was a shopping cart thrown on tracks last week, and it caused 250 trains. I think one of our customers noted an issue on the 7 line last week, and that's because someone jumped in front of a train, right, which we discussed earlier. So there are lots of issues that are certainly our responsibility that we're focused on, but there are a lot of third-party challenges that we need to work through as well. So I find that maddening too. But as I said, you mentioned the A line this morning had some challenges, but across the system, we were at 92% on time, which is pretty darn good for a subway.
Politicians love a headline. So if you don't get the $1.5 billion, how much does the fare have to go up?
I think Tom DiNapoli is the only person who studied that issue, and his answer was north of 80 cents, I believe.
All right, let's move on to Skylar Woodhouse down there from Bloomberg News. Skylar, good afternoon.
Hey, hi, Jano. So I just wanted to ask, how is the MTA planning for possible recession, if whether it's a pretty big one, whether it's mild? I mean, the layoffs have already started to happen, and New York's no San Francisco, but the tech presence is still here. So I'm just wondering, how are you all planning if there's a drop-off or a steeper drop-off in ridership, and just kind of what the workings are in terms of if we do go into a recession?
Well, one issue that your hypothetical raises is what we've said to our friends in the legislature is one of the advantages of the governor's proposal vis-a-vis the PMT is that it is much less volatile to economic ups and downs. So that particular scenario you're describing, yeah, you might lose some riders, but you wouldn't. It makes sense not to structure how the MTA is financed to compound the problem by linking it to corporate taxes that are linked to profits, and that have a smaller base because they only tax corporations, not LLCs and partnerships and other business enterprises. The governor's PMT tax is so broadly spread that and because it's linked to employment, overall payroll, not to corporate profits, it's much less sensitive to downturns in the economy. So that's one aspect of our planning, is to appeal to those who are deciding our future to give us a cost structure which protects us in that scenario. But I would say this, when our ability to provide service to the millions of New Yorkers who have nowhere else to go should not be dependent on, the ups and downs of the economy. We should be providing a level of service that gets people, low-income people and moderate-income people who can't afford an Uber, where they need to go, whether it's a job, school, healthcare, or to shopping, whatever they need to do. So my hope and my appeal to the politicians is we need a financing structure that is durable enough to resist some kind of downturn like your hypothetical.
All right, next up on Zoom is CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook. Elijah, good afternoon. Elijah, we're not hearing you here. Let's just make sure you're unmuted. I tell you what, Elijah, we're going to get right back to you. We'll sort it out in the room. Let's go to Dave Colon right here in person from Streets Blog. Dave.
Live and in person. Everybody loves it. Hi, Jano. I had a couple for you. One was San Francisco and Philadelphia both have recently announced that they're moving to new Fairgate installations. Philly is trying out a couple. San Francisco is about to start buying and purchasing them. We've had like a 5-year conversation on fare evasion in New York City. So when can we expect to see any kind of new Fairgate design?
So I don't know whether what you would call a 5-year basis of calling this a 5-year conversation. I'm going to say that a year ago I made a speech and people said, why the focus on fare evasion? And we have been trying to raise awareness about this, the scale, the damage it's doing to rider morale, the damage it's doing to the sense of cohesiveness among New Yorkers, because this basic, rule of conduct in the public space, in the service that we all are most dependent on, is being much more widely violated. So that's not a pointless conversation. Raising awareness of this problem is the beginning of a solution. In the meantime, we've had some, really smart people from social justice backgrounds as well as law enforcement backgrounds and the Chancellor of the City of New York, folks who work in the education space, talking about what to do. And part of that, you're right, is to redesign, to look at redesigning the fare array so that it is more resistant to fare evasion, the physical fare array. Part of that is we have to convince the code authorities that that exit gate, which has become the superhighway of fare evasion, which is being required, as I understand it, in New York State on our code interpretation, but maybe not in other places, that we can adjust that in a way that complies with the fire code, but does not make it as easy just to pop it open and let 10 people in. So we're doing the work, and in the next couple months, I know we've been a little delayed, but we're going to put out a proposal about all the different things that need to be done. And it's not one thing. It's not like some massive crackdown. It is enforcement, education, creating a new environment like the physical fare array, and also an emphasis on equity so that we don't have, that fare evasion is never a crime of poverty. I note that the Speaker of the City Council has spoken out about the need to make the Fair Fares program available to a higher eligibility threshold in terms of income. And I thought that was an interesting sign that we're starting to get our head together on this. And I'm hopeful about the city's willingness to consider that. So there's a lot going on. And whether we're going to be, how quickly we'll be able to implement some of this stuff is a matter of money and design and manufacturing and many other variables. But we've been very aggressive about it. Rich.
So, all very true, Mr. Chairman. To your specific question, Atlantic Ave, we installed a new fare gate last week, and Sutphen Archer, we're installing a new one next week. So we're piloting actually these wide aisle fare gates, not only for our customers to be more convenient for our customers with disability, but we're actually going to test this in the environment. So it's happening now.
But you just mentioned the fare evasion report. Last month you said it was coming out in a month. Now you just said it's coming out in a couple of months. What's the delay?
It's printing.
Okay.
Next question.
I also just, I didn't get to it last week, but obviously, you know, I've been all over this all-door bus boarding thing. And one of the things that I guess has been a little confusing to me is people have asked for a pilot for this, not to just throw it willy-nilly on every bus that you have in the system. So I guess what comes down to the resistance to doing a pilot on a select number of lines, going back to what you said about the previous administrators and the bus designs, is this ability or is this will to not want to do it?
No, I mean, I think we've said from the beginning, I'm sure we've been very consistent that what we want to do is make sure that the Omni system is widely enough implemented that we won't have, you know, a class structure about who can go on the back door. Because if it's only Omni on the back door and we only have 20% of people who use buses who can go on Omni, it's not fair to a lot of people who are not yet Omni users, and it's not going to do much to, you know, to your hypothesis that it will dramatically improve speed. So we said better Omni penetration is a clear precondition. Rich, anything you want to add? Okay.
All right, let's move on to Ben Brockfeld of AM New York Metro. Ben.
Hi, Jano. So I wanted to ask about a statistic I saw in the, what was it called? The Performance Management Report. It says there's a pretty striking disparity in terms of male to female employees at all divisions of the MTA. At New York City Transit, 18.7% of employees are women. Long Island Railroad, it's 13%. Metro North, 11%. So I wanted to ask, why is there this huge disparity in employment at the MTA with regards to its female workforce? And is the MTA doing anything to do outreach to and better recruitment for women? Or
like most of the overwhelming majority of our jobs are civil service that people sign up for tests. We recruit very broadly for that. And I think that the public is seeing much more gender diversity in the service forward professions, both in subways and bus. In particular, I see a lot of women driving buses and operating as conductors as I go around the system. So I think that there has been progress made. I don't know the stats now or, the stats in the past, but I think we've made progress, and we always are obligated to recruit broadly in order to get people have to sign up for civil service tests to get on the list and so on. So that's it. I'll just tell you what I personally have been able to do. So I'm not going to, some of your colleagues have heard me list who I hired to sit in the MTA front office and take key roles. And we will give you a list because it just happens that most of them are women. You want to come up and talk about it? Come on up.
Chairman, thank you. You hit the nail on the head. Most of our...
You just introduce
sorry.
yourself, please.
Lisette Camilo, Chief Administrative Officer. Just to reiterate the point that the Chairman made, most of our employees are hired through the civil service system. You take a test, you pass, you get on a list, and you're called up. So gender doesn't factor into the process of taking the test or getting hired. So that's the overwhelming majority of the employees, certainly at Transit, are hired that way.
Do you think there are any conditions to the job, workplace culture, stuff like that contribute to a low percentage of women joining the MTA? And are there ways that the MTA is looking into this, try to change things like that?
I think that the industry overall, there's a gender, it's overwhelmingly male, but we are putting together recruitment strategies to attract women to those roles, both at the railroads and at Transit. So it's something kind of broadly that we're addressing through recruitment planning and such.
All right, we're going to move on, try to get Elijah Westbrook before we close this out from CBS 2. Elijah, I gather you have some connectivity issues with audio on your end, but now...
Can you guys hear me now?
We do.
Can you hear me now? All right, perfect. So I have two questions. My first one has to do with the subway customer service agents. I know that they will be rolling out very soon. How is the MTA ensuring that these customer service agents are safe when they're doing their jobs? In the event, let's say, a crime erupts on the platform, or that crime is directed specifically towards them. I know, Jano, you had mentioned that they are the eyes and ears of the station, but who will be the eyes and ears for these people?
Yeah, Elijah, so they'll be, in the same environment that our station cleaners are in, right, and have been for decades, and we have thousands of station cleaners working, in a safe environment as well. But specific to the station agents, they'll be issued all phones, for example. So if they have to report an issue that they see in the station, they'll be able to reach our rail control center or the police if they need to report something significant or urgent. We're also providing 4 days of customer service training, which was previously mentioned. De-escalation is part of that, as an example. So if there's a customer who is agitated or worse, we've been giving our folks the skills to acknowledge that, see that, and de-escalate the situation. Lastly, we're not taking the booths out. They will be there. There will be legitimate reasons for our agents to be in those booths to make reports, get information about service changes or delays, for example, or just to take a break, right? Standing on your feet for 8 hours is not easy. So, but if they do see a situation which requires them to heighten their safety, they'll be able to do that. But I think you're respectfully missing the point a little bit, which is they are going to be part of our overall safety, enhancements in our stations, right? So the more eyes and ears we have in the fare array on the platforms today, they'll be able to potentially see issues either with station maintenance or, customers who are being disruptive where they can make those reports. I would lastly say, too, this was something that we worked very closely with the TWU on. This was, been part of our conversations over the many months. And so we will be working with our partners in labor as we roll this out tomorrow. And, if we need to make tweaks or changes to how we're providing a safe environment for our employees, we will. But as I said, I think ultimately falling back on our station cleaners in particular, who are 2,000 men and women strong, who we discussed earlier, they're in the environment already and largely working safely.
Okay, and I just have one more question, and it's in regards to blue lighting. I'm just interested in hearing more about that concept. It appears it's pretty much a tactic to prevent suicide, and it provides this psychological calming effect. From my understanding, it's being tested at some of the LIRR stations, maybe roll the way system in a pilot program at some point. Can someone talk a little bit more about that?
That's right. As we said at the board today, and as the chair mentioned earlier, we are pursuing a variety of different tools that can help to address track intrusion, and particularly this issue of people in deep distress who we heard very articulately from the chair of the NYU Department of Psychiatry earlier. It's an impulsive decision. It happens often right in that moment. And if we can provide, there's some evidence, if we can provide calming, including the type of lighting, actually can make a big difference at that moment in deterring someone from harming themselves or taking their own life. This is based on internationally, there are systems in Asia that have deployed this type of blue lighting, and then the Long Island Railroad has now installed it at 26 stations, including that we were able to incorporate that in the third track project as it was completed. Metro North and New York City Transit are also going to be piloting installation of those blue lights at stations this year.
All right, thanks, Jano, Jamie, Lizette, and Rich. And have a great afternoon from Lower Manhattan, everybody.